Hello, hello, hello. What is up, denizens of stream number 2 for lobby number 2 for the TORA Vincate de Mulsanne, lobby B. It is I, your TORA Vice President SFM Darkser, here to do a stream that was not planned until yesterday. On short notice, saw there was a gap of several hours in B lobby and said, you know what, I'll come to suffer. So I just drove stint number 1 in the number 24 SFM Competizione Toyota TS040 to a 4th place finish after some shenanigans earlier in the day. But for now, we are just about 5 or so minutes away from the start of stint number 2. Got a lot of really strong drivers here in the stint to keep things entertaining for you all. And we'll kind of go through the grid, at least in a preview, while we wait for everything to get set up. Got some guys who were racing stint 1 as well, double stinting, so that's just going to take a few moments to go through and update itself. But of note in this lobby, starting on the pole, we're going to have ZR Eternitum, a name people who are familiar with the Le Mans Esports or Forza Racing Championship from a couple years ago will certainly recognize. Lining up just behind Eternitum, we're going to be TNR Skitty for top-notch racing. And then LDAC Esports will be stint rolling off third, and so on and so forth. In the 4th spot is going to be CBL No Names. In 5th position will be Wofa44. And in 6th will be the Bin Muffin, I'm assuming that's how you say that. Followed by Freelancer and HYR Stokey Joe. And if you'll excuse me for just a quick moment here, there may have been a slight little oopsie in lobby stint number 1. So we're going to go ahead and see if we can determine what may have happened there and go from there. Okay, well, wouldn't be a 24-hour race without some hilarity to start things off, so you gotta love it. Okay. So hosting stint number 2 is going to be Freelancer, who's also in my car. So he's a very, very good host. Just going to go ahead and check out the lobby settings there, make sure everything's all as it should be, which it does appear to be that case. And I can now confirm that stint number 1 was indeed set to the wrong starting time of day. It's set to 10 a.m. as opposed to 16, which is 4 p.m. So that's going to require a little bit of adjusting after the fact. We'll figure that out. But these things happen. TORA has contingency plans for everything, and I'm sure we'll figure out what, if any, advantage or disadvantage may or may not have been incurred. Alright, so taking a look now at the GT cars, our first one is going to be ZR Russo, followed by VNX Carried, OSM Thomas Y, and HYR Freitas, your top 4 in GT. 5th is going to be PDG Little Caesar, and 6th will be JSR Chronic. Next 2, we've got ZR Ruiz Racer, a late substitute for one of his teammates who was unavailable, and F1R Devo. It's going to be NWR Wolf 66, T Duck, NWR Zula, LMP Crispy and Kaiser, and finally ER Razor, a boost for this stint. Right. Just a couple more drivers still trickling their way in here. As we mentioned, a couple guys running stint 1 and 2, and then a couple people just late as per usual. If I suddenly go silent, it's because I'm still doing administrative things behind the scenes, in addition to driving, in addition to managing my own car, in addition to streaming. So, that error may occur here. If you are just tuning in, this is going to be stints 2 and 3, doing back-to-back. So, about 4 hours of my voice all by itself. Looks like we're just missing... Actually, I think everybody's actually here. So we should be getting started in just a moment or so. It looks like one or two drivers have yet to join the voice chat, which is mandatory for all competitors here. And if you are a driver who took part in stint number 1 and you'd like to say hello at some point during the stint, or if you're just a driver at all, in the TORA Discord, which you can find at racetora.com, we have a channel called the Interview Queue, in this case Interview Q2. So just hop in there, and then if I do happen to notice that you're there, we'll say hi, see if you have any insights for the race. Just keep it family friendly. Very exciting times here. Getting so many messages here of people sending me screenshots and questions, and some good questions, some less so, but it's the nature of the beast. Sound of little plunk in Discord triggers a certain kind of emotion, a TORA host, because you always know somebody needs something, somebody wants something. It really does mess with your vibe, so to speak. Speaking of vibes, let's take a look at the actual track here that may or may not be going on. Got a lot of information scrolling across the bottom of the screen here. This is the TORA Endurance 24 Heures de Mulsanne, which means 24 hours of Mulsanne, because we're not using the track name in the title for reasons that are hilarious. The lobby, of course, and if you want to take a look at all the action for TORA, you can follow us on X and @TheRealTORA, or on Instagram, and I believe it's TORA Online Media. Head to racetora.com, that'll redirect you to our link tree, which has links to all of our social media, including Instagram, X, Facebook, the Discord, and our old forum website, which is not currently updated. Want to take part in any TORA event, you do need to make an account on the Online Racing Manager site, ORM. So that's tora.onlineracingmanager.com. Just a moment away here from the start. Not quite sure what it is they're going through. My guess would be somebody needs to either get in the right car, or we are waiting on some instructions to be delivered. But having now seen the menu gray out, it does look like we are about to get started. So hopefully that will come to pass in just a few seconds here. I am ready. We are good. It's going to be very exciting. All right, I see a launch countdown. So what we're going to see when everybody loads in is the first place driver on qualifying is going to pull up to the solid white line at the pit exit, and then they are going to sit there while everyone else files up single file behind them. Once everybody's there and the timer hits 1 hour 56 minutes remaining, the entire field will accelerate up to 45 miles per hour, and then they will accelerate when they individually get to the last blue curb on the left before the Dunlop Bridge. The reason we do that is to set the grid, and then so that all 12 stints are run to the same amount of driving time, so our lag out formula can do its thing consistently. Now the weather and the time of day will be different for all the stints. That's intentional by design. We want to give everyone a full day-night cycle, but there's only so much you can do there. So we group the stints together by day stints and by night stints. So any stint between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. is going to be a day stint, and then the other ones are a night stint. If we ever do something with weather, any stint that has rain, that'll be considered a wet stint, but we don't have any of those for this race. We're only doing dry stints today. So with that high volume of words now said, let's take a look at the grid as we mentioned and kind of go through all of those beautiful cars that we were referencing earlier. So the first thing we have here is ZR Eternatum in the number 6 Zephyrus Xanthus machine. Nice stall tech. I think that is actually a real sponsor for the Zephyrus guys. Really cool to see that. Always nice to see. Number 77, that's going to be the Rogue Energy TNR Esports Team Hearts for TNR Skitty. In the third spot, LES Dratzi out of China in the number 99 LDAC Esports A car. That's another Toyota. All the prototypes Toyotas in this lobby. CBL No Names drives number 98 for CBL Racing Comp 1. He'll be lining up in fourth, ahead of his teammate Wofa 44 in the number 988 machine. Cheeseburger League, I believe, is what CBL means. The Bin Muffin for Skill Issue Team in the number 8, with some very interesting iconography on both sides, an asymmetrical car. Freelancer, my teammate. Not sure why the livery didn't load there, but if you watched me in Stint 1, he's in the number 24 Toyota, painted by Unku. An HYR Stokey Joe in the number 29, yeah, racing machine, lines up at the back of the prototypes. First GT car today is going to be ZR Russo in the number 5 Ferrari. BNX Carried lines up in second in the Vanadix Esports BMW. OSM Thomas in the first Corvette of this lobby, number 333. PTG Lil Caesar for PTG 86 in the Ford GT. HYR Freitas actually is in front of Caesar, so they've corrected that, and another beautiful, oh yeah, racing team. JSR Chronic is our first Jap Speed racing entry in the number 62 Ford GT. ZR Ruiz Racer lines up just behind him. Zephyrus Astrea, a late substitute. F1R Sideways in the number 66 Friends First racing machine. NWR Wolf in the number 155 New Wave racing car, called K1 available. BT Duck, number 217 for EBT Esports. WR Zula in NWR European Masterclass, BMW M8. LMP Crispy in the number 103 LMP Esports Team Modulo. LMP Kaiser in the number 828 Ford GT for LMP Esports Team Gaiden. And our caboose today is VER Razor in the number, what number is that? 20 VER Doguino car. So we're going to go ahead and move up to the front of our field here, watch some prototypes for the start, because that is always a very entertaining thing to do. And again, if you have any questions about this race, please head over to racetora.com, join the TORA Discord, all the information's there. I'll also do my best to try to answer any questions you may have, but all the information is available in text form. All right, we're about less than a minute away from the start of things here. They're going to pull away at 45 miles per hour single file, and once we get to the end of that curb on the left before Dunlop Bridge, we will get things moving. Couple things to note here as we get ready for the first broadcast stint for me. ZR and TNR likely going to be duking it out at the front for a lot of these stints here. Cheeseburger team did a really great job in stint number 1, really strong drive from them. And later in the race, when VNX Zach the One gets in, will he stay awake? Because we know that Zach is a very sleepy man sometimes, often doing 24-hour streams by himself. But Zach is driving today, and he will be streaming later on in this lobby. So make sure to help Zach stay awake. Alright, just about 10 seconds to go here until ZR Eternum fires it away at 45 miles per hour. 545, we figured that was the fastest speed the slowest car could take the corners without having to lift or brake. So that way everybody can go through there without braking at all, and theoretically the field will be nice and close together. Alright, we are on board with TNR Skitty in second position, so we can try to see a little more of the action coming up to that nice Dunlop tire-shaped Dunlop Bridge. And here we go. Good start from our top two, a little bit of a lazier start from Dratzi, but that's going to be Eternitum and Skitty getting a great start here in stint number 2 in B-Lobby. Big wide arc. Now coming down up to touch roofs for the first time. Very dangerous corner. People have flipped here in real life and in TORA, and they keep it nice and tidy as we go onto the back straight for the first time. Taking a look back at our GT field, a good start for ZR Russo as expected, and VNX carried. Then Thomas just behind, and a little bit of a gap to Freitas, Caesar, and Chronic. But the real danger is going to be in the first of the two Mulsanne chicanes, or the Unitaire, as they're called in French. I'm sorry I'm saying that wrong. Huge braking zone, massive track limits, really easy to get it wrong. And it looks like a little bit of curb eating there from Eternitum, as he does lose the lead to Skitty out of that corner. And then Dratzi and No Names drafting just behind. The draft, super powerful at Le Mans, 8.5 miles, about 75 to 80% of the track is full throttle. A lot of it is straights. Remember, these are public roads most of the year. You can see the painted lines on the track. Those are for motor cars. Side by side into Hunadar 2, that's going to be No Names holding off Dratzi. with Wofa just behind, the Bin Muffin as well. Back in GT, Thomas falls slightly away from Russo, carried still up at the front to the surprise of absolutely no one. See if we can get some additional deltas here on our ticker. The answer is apparently no, so we're going to just roll with what we got. Swatch pits. 4 required pits in all of these stints here today. Last pit must start no later than 30 minutes left on the clock, with 10 minutes left of driving after that, because we're stopping at 20 minutes. And they are 4 wide in GT coming into the last corner on the straight. That is going to be PTG Lil Caesar sending perhaps JSR Chronic into the grass as one of the Ferraris falls back. I think that's Ruiz Racer. Lots of carnage here in GT going through the first lap. It was indeed Ruiz that got shoved off. Duck and Zula battling it out behind. They're going to stick it 3 wide. Ford versus Ferrari versus BMW. Something that we haven't really gotten to say too much here at TORA Le Mans. This is the first time we've had a complete GTE category with all of the cars. Really, really happy that's here. Fortunately, these cars don't race anywhere anymore, having been superseded by GTE in the WEC and in IMSA, but they're still really, really fun and always a good time to watch duke it out. But we're coming now to the end of lap number 1. Eternidum has now fallen to the 3rd position behind Dratzy and Skitty, so Dratzy's making up a couple spots there. And the Porsche curves coming out. That curb on the left, or on the right side rather, on the exit, that can break your car. A lot of the guys here are running really, really soft cars in the rear, which kind of forces the back end down. Mid-engine Toyota, if you hit that curb too hard, it will break the car. How do I know this? Because it happened to me in stint number 1. Out of the Ford chicanes, remember track limits are Forza clean. A couple guys running wide, can't do that. And we complete lap 1 with really no major incidents. A couple little fisticuffs in GT, which is to be expected. But all in all, mostly the field is behaving themselves here. Riding on board with PTG Lil Caesar in that Ford, just ahead of Wolf, just behind Freitas. I think there's a Ford on the side of that Ford. Guys at PTG really, really strong in the paint booth here. Hopefully they can replicate that on the track. Sure they can. Cross the line. About 40 or so seconds, or not 40, 32 seconds or so in lap time difference between the two classes at the front of the field. A little bit more perhaps down in Lobby 2, but still very, very strong drivers here. Yeah, there's literally a Ford GT on the side of the Ford GT. That's one of the coolest things I've ever seen. Down through Virage Dunlop. Approaching Tetra Rouge. So something really funny just happened, guys. My headset turned itself off because it wasn't hearing any sound through the headset. So that is genuinely funny. I'm going to have to monitor that as we go through the day here. Up at the front, No Names and Eternidum battling it out with Stokey Joe just behind. A little bit of unexpected slammy there. Prototype's usually not something you want to have contact in just because of how squirrely they are by default. Very, very soft or very, very stiff setups on these cars. You really can't run a middle of the road here, and it can lead to some very interesting interactions between things as we go through the day. So that's going to be Skitty checking out a little bit by himself, ahead of No Names, Dradzy, Eternidum, Stokey Joe in the 5th position, some ways back, Ben Muffin in 6th, and Freelancer in 7th. A little bit further back, but still within sight of the guys in front. Really do want to try to keep the draft there as much as you possibly can. So let's take a look at Skitty. Huge speed through that corner. Now approaching Maison Blanche, or White House corner. One of the slowest but most difficult sections of the track. Something to keep your mind on today. Questions just keep coming. I'm sitting here in Discord streaming, getting so many pings. Everybody's got really good questions here for the Heures de Mulsanne. It's kind of the nature of the beast. And if you're looking to learn what these corners are called, there's a great website called racingcircuits.info that has labeled track maps with every corner in the native language of the track. So I'm apologizing in advance for absolutely butchering the French language, but we do like here to TORA to try to use the language whenever possible. So let's see if I can get this right. We're going to ride on board with Skitty until everybody begs me not to. Coming across the start-finish line now. First corner, Curb Dunlop. That is a right-hander just out of the pit straight. Very, very hard committing. Then heavy braking into Ralentisseur Dunlop, or the Dunlop chicane. A quick left-right uphill that kind of falls away from you. Then you get a little bit of a left-right action downhill called the Descente de la Chapelle, or Chapel Descent. And that leads us into the S de Tête Rouge, or the red corner S's. Then Virage de Tête Rouge, that's the high-speed right-hander, often called Tête Rouge for the English speakers. Now we head on to the back straight. We'll come back to that because I think there are some battles here. That's the Courbe d'Antares, and then the Hunedière is the straight. Switching back to Eternum on the Hunedière. Approaching the first Ralentisseur, which I mentioned earlier, the first chicane, often misnamed the Mulsanne chicane. Huge braking zone, as we mentioned. And then we're going to go ahead and a hard right, a hard left, and then a fast, quick right-hander on the exit. Get to do the exact same thing in the second Ralentisseur in about 30 seconds. T-Cars just now getting on to the third lap here. Up to Elias Drazi. Want to try to avoid that seam in the road because it can kick you to one side or another. You're going to get a huge braking zone in about 3, 2, 1. Kicks it in left over the curb, and then you're going to use the curb on the right. Big slide there. That is not the right line. And then try to straddle that curb on the exit, and that is second Ralentisseur. Then the Courbe de Hunedière, or often misnamed as Mulsanne Corner, even though it's not, under the Total Energies Bridge. And CBL No Names, we're going to take him through Virage du Mulsanne, or Mulsanne Corner. Huge braking zone. Clip the curb on the inside and power it out. Nicely done. Now for a really long straight, so while they make their way to the corner, we'll take a look at the GTs here, side by side between NWR Wolf 66 and HYR Freitas for, that looks like 5th position in class. Lots of action going on there, but we're still doing some corner naming here. That's Curb de Golf, Golf Corner, and now we're approaching S's de Indianapolis. The Indianapolis actually has some bricks from the brickyard underneath there, that's why it's called that. To Arnage, Virage d'Arnage, often called here at TORA Roadrunner Corner. Why that? Because Roadrunner once spiked that wall and destroyed his car. It was really funny, so we don't let him forget it. This is the Courbe des Boissons. Not really a turn, but it is labeled. And then the Porsche curves, Virage Porsche. Super dangerous, very fast, no room for error. That leads you into Virage Dupont and the karting S's. Coming out of karting, that left-hander, that is Corvette turn, Virage Corvette. And then the little right-hander that we're going through doesn't have a name, but the quick left-hander is Maison Blanche. Just before the pit entry, that is where you can really mess up your lap if you cut it too hard. Into the Ford chicanes, Virage Ford, and the Virage de Raccordement. But it looks like No Names is going to actually go ahead and pit. So Skitty comes across the line, and that is a lap of Le Mans. Somewhat interrupted, somewhat fragmented, but still a great lap nonetheless. Back in GT, Chronic, having gone off earlier, is now riding around behind F1R sideways in a battle of the Fords. Ruiz Racer in that Ferrari. Ford versus Ferrari, if you will. That is definitely something that we're going to be seeing a lot of because there are a lot of Fords in this, and there are a lot of Ferraris. The Ford was not always the most popular choice in Forza Motorsport 7, just due to the way we had to build it, but in this iteration of Forza Motorsport, it actually races really nicely. It's got good acceleration, good handling, much more viable of a choice for the full race. Just kind of see how well that car handles here. Great exit. And now he lives to fight another day. A couple guys in the pits, Wofa and the Bin Muffin. Both drivers for, I believe, teams out of China. It's always great to see more international flavor in the races. A little bit of a gap forming between those two. There might have been some damage we didn't catch, but regardless, they are now coming out of the pits, and there's a whole gaggle of GT cars coming through these fast corners. See Corvette from Ferrari, from Ford. This is the first time TORA has been able to use the most current iteration of the Corvette for a couple years now. This is the Corvette GTD as opposed to the C7R. Not too different, but it is noticeably more aggressive on the aerodynamics and perhaps a tiny bit quieter. And that is a big train to GTR. So the nice part of being in a big line like that is you always have somebody to draft, but the bad thing is if you're faster, you really can't do anything with it, because once you start going side by side, you're just going to lose time. So you really have to trust that you can make the pass, complete it, and then not immediately lose the position. Otherwise, you're just hurting everybody in the line. There's no requirement to work together with other drivers in TORA, but it is sometimes appreciated if everybody comes together, just so you can kind of try to minimize any time loss that may occur and perhaps have a more successful end of the stint later on. Taking a look back here in Techerou's Esches here, that is going to be Crispy and Zula battling it out, Ferrari on Ferrari. And Crispy gets shoved onto the gravel. That's going to be a big slide, and he does well to keep it out of the gravel. Crispy got fast hands, always good in the open wheel stuff. Did a couple Formula Mazda races with mixed success, but I think he had fun. Now he's going to be behind teammate Kaiser in that Ford GT. So we showed you all the designs here in B-Lobby. Something that I don't think I've mentioned yet is there's actually a livery contest going on. So if you look in the TORA Discord at racetora.com or at our X profile at @thereal_TORA, you can vote on your favorite of 4 staff-selected choices in both classes, as we see Kaiser have a little oopsie there. But what we did was we went through our head of streaming and social media, picked out 10 excellent designs. Staff voted, 4 that we voted on. Peace to you. So definitely check that out. There's already been some great engagement on that poll. I think the one in our Discord, currently the leading option in Proto is the F1 Appa R, Flappa R, which is basically a serval on a car. Hilarious. Leading currently with 73 points in the Discord poll. There is one on X as well, which I haven't checked. And then in GT, currently leading that poll is the number 827 LMP Esports Team Cobra, which is a Porsche, which has an actual Cobra on the side. Really, really cool to see that. So definitely check that out. That will run, I think, until the end of the race. Lots of time to make your voice heard. All right, well, let's take a look here up at the front of GT with NWR Wolf leading an absolutely massive train of cars. This is going to be a theme in this lobby. I say that as Ruiz goes around the outside. Wow, that was brave. Up into Indianapolis. And a little bit of violence in the GT categories as Bruce tries to bruise his way through. Kratos as well, not wanting to lose an inch there. I've raced against all of these guys at some point or another. I'm not surprised in the slightest by what I've seen. This is very hard, very frustrating, but very fair racing for the most part. Now blasting through Mulsanne, up into Virage Porsche. Porsche curves, if you're in a prototype and you see this many GT cars together, it is the most sinking feeling possible, because what's going to happen is you're going to either have to send it really, really hard and perhaps wreck yourself or somebody else, or be really patient and then lose like 5 seconds. You really don't have any other choice. Because if you're in a prototype, you can stick it around the outside, but if you're not clear by the exit, the GT car is going to wash out, and then they have to compromise their line, or they're just going to hit you. And both of those are very, very likely. Coming to the end of the lap here, we might see a couple of guys start to peel off and go into the pits. Looks like maybe not. Okay, I am 0 for 5 so far with predictions in this stint. Oh, Bruce, he went a little too wide coming out of Recordament there, and he is going to lose a ton of time into Dunlop Curve. Oh, that's something that I hate it when that happens. It's the worst feeling in the world. I did that in my stint a couple of times about an hour ago, and you lose about a second every time. Once again, if you are in the chat and you want to say hi, hop in the interview queue channel. I'll say hi to you. We'll talk about the race. We'll see what's going on. Hopefully we'll have some good insights that maybe everybody can find interesting. Definitely starting to spread out a little bit here in the prototype ranks with 3 drivers having pitted already. And apparently I made a mistake there. That's Thomas, not Bruce. I think Bruce was in the last stint, so that's my bad. But either way, Wolfa here running around a little bit behind. Might have had an issue earlier. No names in the number 98 car, just a bit ahead, but still quite a bit behind Freelancer by virtue of having not pitted. And Freelancer losing a little bit of time every lap here. I know he was a little bit off of some of these other guys in qualifying and practice, but he did find some pace, and we're hoping that he can keep things a little bit closer than he originally perhaps thought. He's going to dive into the pits, so we're going to move ahead to Stokey Joe. Joe, another driver who's very, very quick, but doesn't always get to show that. So he's going to look to put up a strong result here to kick things off for his team. Grazzi again briefly was leading, now in the third position. Still just behind Eternidum there. Those two, I predict, are going to be glued together for most of this stint. Eternidum creating perhaps the strangest prototype tune I have ever driven. As I understand it, that was sourced from the Forzaverse Discord and then iterated on by his teammates, and it is weird. Very, very low in the rear, very, very stable. Car kind of drives itself, but definitely not for the faint of heart. Up at the front, TNR Skitty with an excellently executed handbrake there. Gonna keep things moving. I think he's also got the weird soft tune in the rear, just judging by the posture of that car. And I think in about a minute or so's time, we are going to start to see some class interaction. This is a multi-class race. You don't really get too much overlapping here at Le Mans just because of the length of the lap and how easy it is to dodge the whole field by pitting. But when you do, you have to be brave. Really have to be brave. So just imagine you're in this hornet's nest in GT, and then you see the prototypes coming. What do you do? Well, you have a couple options. Option one is you can do nothing and just pretend they don't exist because you have the right of way. Option two is you can try to jump out of the way, which is not required, but can cause issues on its own. Or option three is you can talk to your fellow driver. All these drivers are in a shared voice chat. They're free to talk to each other. They can say, hey, I'm going to go on the right, I'm going to go to the left, whatever. That's something they can work out amongst themselves. T-cars, they don't have to listen to prototypes. They can just ignore them because they have the right of way. But sometimes it's mutually beneficial to try to minimize the time lost and just wave somebody through. Really not sure what this batch is going to do. I don't know all of these drivers. But regardless, if you're HYR Freitas and you've got that many cars on your tail, I don't think you're going to be worrying about prototypes. Chronic getting all up in the exhaust of that Ferrari, as they take a very, very wide line there out of Corvette. You guys really can't be doing that. Do that too many times and you'll get the penalties. A couple of guys jump into the pits. That's probably for the best. It's going to be Ruiz, Freitas, Wolf, Caesar, and Sideways all pitting, hopefully with the intention of getting at least the first 4 prototypes out of the way so they don't have to worry about it. Now, one driver we haven't really talked about too much has been VNX Carried. He is in another zip code right now, basically an entire corner or two ahead of the field. Really not all that surprising. Carried, a member of the TORA Endurance dev team, putting the GT cars through their paces before this race. And really, again, not surprising at all that he found himself up at the front. Did so in stint number 1 as well. So staying out, we've got Carried, Chronic, Thomas, Razor, and Zula and Kaiser. Kaiser being the last driver to have not yet pitted. Russo, I think, pitted a little bit earlier, so he's already back out on the track. And then that huge cluster of cars just coming out of the pits now. And there's the prototypes. Okay. I think that was No Names. Oh, no, it's not No Names. Who was that? That would have been Stokey Joe coming through. So that means Drazzi is now going to be in the pits. Okay. So the next driver to encounter that huge gaggle of cars is going to be either Drazzi or No Names, depending on the relative position. So we'll check on that in a moment. TNR Skitty back up at the front. Now we're going to start to see some of that interaction between the two classes. He is going to get a huge face full of blue lines on, or blue dots rather, on the minimap. Start to have to navigate that. There it is. See Kaiser. Oh, Kaiser gets a big wiggle. That is not what you want to see in the prototype. Oh my goodness, Skitty, what are you doing? Okay. So the track limits are basically wall-to-wall with a little bit of a strip at the edge that you can't go on. But that might very well be legal. You get a lot of leeway here in this version of Le Mans. Skitty using all of that leeway to the best that he can. Stokey Joe now starting to see prototypes as well. You got to be brave. You really have to be brave. Like, You lose so much time being nice in a prototype, but if you risk it too hard, you just lose even more because you're going to crash. So there's that calculus that goes on continuously over the hour and 40 minutes of the stint. It really does tire out your brain. Like, I am absolutely exhausted when these races are over, just because you're always on edge. Like, what are they going to do? Are they going to hold their line? Are they going to juke left? Are they going to juke right? Really just don't know. And as a driver, it's fun, but it's really, really frustrating sometimes as well. So communication, predictability, those are your keys to the stint, to paraphrase James's keys to the race here. On and on it goes. Thomas about to be overtaken for the first time here by some cars in the other class. Just look behind. We can see Skitty. He's coming. He's coming with a full head of steam as well. Just look at the closing speed. Prototype's going to easily eclipse 200 miles per hour, get about 211, 212. And off he goes. It's like he's in a whole nother world there. Porsche Curve's one of the scariest places on the track to catch traffic, as I mentioned, as we see Chronic get a little bit zoop-de-dooped there by Skitty. Chose to go on the left, which is, you can do that, but if you do it too late, you're going to hit the GT car on turn-in. Just a fact. Alright, well, Skitty now can breathe easier for at least a little bit. I say that. Once again, totally wrong because he's pitting. He's going to have to do this all over again. Perhaps not the best timed pit stop in the world, but that's going to promote ZR Eternum to our race lead, at least on a temporary basis, until he pits. And he is going to catch Thomas probably in just a few moments here in Dunlop. GT car is going to have to brake many, many yards earlier. We've seen quite a lot of incidents over the years with prototypes just punting the back of a GT. Those two guys do well to not do that, and we live to fight another day. T-Field's starting to spread out just a little bit now as we jump back to Caesar getting boxed out by Freitas. Oh, baby. Well held by Little Caesar. Forward into Recordament. And if I know Little Caesar, he is not going to be too pleased with Freitas and will likely return the favor here on the approach to Dunlop curb. There he goes, up the inside. That's a prototype. Oh, baby, 3 wide. I think that was Drazzy. And everybody lives again. Well held, well held. Definitely starting to get spaced out here. So in the interest of hilarity, we're going to ride on board with no names there as he gets through the remainder of the GT field. Catching up to the JSR Ford. A risky maneuver there, but just enough time to get it turned in and power out. Well played. Skitty's still riding around in the second position by virtue of having pitted, with Eternum having not done so. Eternum just catching up to that last GT car now. I think that's going to be carried. There it is. Can't get over how big that M8 is. There's a not too implausible conspiracy theory that one of the reasons the BMW M8 stopped racing was because of the big M8 memes. It's a big car, but what a lot of people don't realize is that the M4 GT3 is actually larger than the M8. It's a little bit taller, I believe. So the BMW is just a big platform, which is not a bad thing. It makes it a bit more stable. But it was definitely perhaps not the most received thing. Also being told by Quasarpol that the M6 was actually bigger as well. That is entirely possible. A little more GT action here with Sideways diving up the inside of Little Caesar. So Caesar having fallen back considerably now, losing out to first Freitas, then Wolf, now Sideways. That is 0 for 3 for Little Caesar. He is fighting back, though. Something a lot of people don't know is that Little Caesar is the son of PTJ Caesar, and they often race together, which is really, really awesome. It's always great when you can get the family involved. Racing is often a family affair. The term Racing Dynasty gets thrown around a lot. Earnhardt, Petty, many European teams, drivers, Mansell. It's just a thing that is much more enjoyable when you can do it with your family. going to be a big old gaggle of prototypes here approaching a big old gaggle of GTs in just a few moments here with Wofa. Still some ways back off of Skiddy, but not too far back, maybe a mile. Going to catch a big group of people here. Likely at or just during the Porsche curves. That is going to be genuinely funny to watch. Perhaps a little bit of a cut there in Indianapolis. He'll need to watch that to avoid potential penalty. But now going into Arnage, keeps it nice and tidy, and slams that throttle out. Through we go. What is he going to do? Yep, there's the GT cars. This is a very, very awkward place to catch them, because on turn-in for the Porsche curves, you need to be on the left. You need to be clear, and he is just going to clear and be able to move over. That could have been very, very disruptive had he not been able to do that. And then here again, need to be all the way to the right, all the way to the left. He's going to swing wide. Oh no, he's going to hit the Ferrari. Oh, you can't do that. But wisely backs off there to avoid the off-track pass and is going to lose an absolutely enormous amount of time through this section. Just did not get the right timing there, and that is going to be very, very frustrating for the cheeseburger driver. I mentioned this a couple of laps ago. It's just very, very awkward. You have to be very patient or very brave. You can't do both. And I think what happened there was he tried to do both. Freelancer didn't see how he got through there, but he's going to just breeze by those two as opposed to having to fight, and now he can see Wolfa as opposed to being several zip codes away. Up at the front, LMP Kaiser in GT, the only driver to have not yet pitted, with ZR Russo just a little bit behind having done so. So Kaiser's probably going to drop either to the back or close to it here. LMP Crispy saw him get shoved a little bit earlier, still within touch distance of Zula, but he'll need to get on that loud pedal to try to stay within the draft range. Duck way further behind, and Ruiz, having pitted a second time, is perhaps taking an alternate strategy to see if he can get something going there. Guys, this is hard without a second commentator. I can only speak so much. So chat, if you've got questions or things you want to take a look at, please engage. Do what I can to satisfy your curiosity. Riding with VR Razor in a pack of 3 Fords. It's going to be Sideways and Little Caesar ahead. Approaching the first of 2 rounds this year. Side by side through there, always slower, but sometimes you got to defend, Razor's going to get a slightly compromised exit, probably just to ensure he can slot in line there. Quasar Pole, driver who did an excellent job in the Indy 500, says, I did offer to COCOM. I have no problem with that. Hop in. Join the interview queue. Heading down into the second of 2 Relentis here. And this is a very fun moment here, as I am joined by another human in the booth. Quasar.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm just fine and dandy. How are you?
I'm all right.
All right.
I watched that first stint along. Seemed to mostly go along well for you.
Yeah, it had its moments, but you know we're just trying to have fun here. Do what we can.
Curb explosions are fun.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the words you could use to describe that. What Quasar is referencing is I went through the exit of Maison Blanche and I smacked a curb and I destroyed my car, and it was really funny.
Yeah, we caught. Well, the stream caught you coming out of the Porsche curves, and
then
almost.
Bang.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't really get much warning there.
No, not really. Thank you, Dad.
Yeah, so it's been a little bit of a spaced out race so far. Quasar in the stint. Gaps sort of naturally form at Le Mans pretty organically, and then as the stint comes to a close, they tend to tighten back up. See that a lot with the prototypes, just due to the way the Toyota makes its time. Heavy fuel is pretty slow, so if somebody's doing a bunch of short stints, they'll kind of fall back because they're pitting more frequently to start. Right at the end, they'll just take a second or two out every single lap and maybe make up some overtakes.
Yeah, I've not been enjoying driving the Toyota in practice. It's kind of like, it's the one prototype I didn't want to use.
I mean, it has its merits and it has its struggles, and that's something that we've been hearing a little bit of feedback about all the cars, really. I think the Audi actually drives the best of all four options, but it has a glass engine. The Porsche is
Yeah, it's it's a diesel, so it revs really low.
that is true. Yeah, the Porsche
So it's
919.
so easy to just rev it slightly too far and then get engine damage.
Yeah, the Porsche 919 super maneuverable in traffic, but with that maneuverability comes instability. So a lot of teams were kind of scared of it, and you have to shift it super
Yeah.
early as well, which I know can be frustrating.
I was about to say that was one of the main reasons why we didn't end up taking it, but it was my number one pick.
Just a quick note there, we did just see a change for the lead on merit between
Yeah.
ZR Russo and VNX Carried. LMP Kaiser just ahead. He does owe a pit stop, so that is not truly the leader, even if he is ahead on track. Carried has been caught. That doesn't happen often, Quasar.
No, not really. Carried kind of ran away in that first stint by a long way. There was a good battle going on for basically the entire first stint in GTs. There was
Yeah,
something going on at all times.
I definitely saw some very crazy side by side occurring every time I caught up to that class of guys in the
There
stint.
was about two. There was about two entire pit cycles where Sideways and Matt Clem were next to each other.
So is Matt Clem the same person as Matt Gaming 6661?
No,
Okay. Well, I had a whole story ready to tell that now is completely irrelevant. So there goes that plan.
yeah, it's not Matt, not Matt Treble 61.
Okay. Well, you would
Different
know.
person.
You're on the HYR team. We got a couple of HYR guys in this lobby. Stokey Joe currently riding in the fourth
Yeah,
position overall, just behind
that
Drazi.
one is in fact my car.
Oh, well, okay. This is even better. So can you kind of divulge what the plan is for your your standard prototype team here? What are you going to do in this race to try to make it to the end?
I don't entirely know, to be honest. It's just kind of try and keep it consistent. Make sure not to crash. But yeah, it generally just keep it consistent.
All right, well,
My strategy is try not to lose too much time
yeah, well, I mean,
because
all the best laid plans of mice and men, like you can only do so much there because the time loss, it's not always really up to you because we kind of saw that in the Porsche curves. If you just catch GT cars at the wrong time, you can't really do anything there. But you can also just make mistakes and lose time on your own. We've seen people run off. We've seen people crash, miss time pit entries and have to limp around. I heard somebody ran out of fuel in another lobby and had to just take the DNF.
yes, I believe so.
Yeah, it can go really wrong
There's
really
been a
fast
lot
here.
of stuff going on already.
Speaking of things
There's
going
been
on, your other car in this lobby, Freitas there,
Yep.
number 28. Oh yeah, entry. I love saying that. Battling with the fellow Ferrari of Wolf. Has there been any crosstalk between the teams across the classes to perhaps try to coordinate things, or is it really just every person for themselves?
There's been like general talk between everybody, just sort of like going over game plans, that sort of thing, but no specific like crosstalk on strategies, that sort of thing.
Okay, okay.
There's been sort of crosstalk between our GT teams and our prototype teams, but because both our GT teams and both our prototype teams are running the same car,
That would make it easier, wouldn't it?
so it helps. But then, as we see Russo coming into the pits and Kaiser following him in.
So now we're going to get to see where Kaiser actually is on pace. I'm thinking he's going to come out in about 19th or 20th, just based on what I saw earlier.
Yeah, somewhere around Zula. I do like Rui's strategy though.
Oh yeah, just get it done early and then slam through at the end.
Having done that extra pit stop early, can just run around in clean air for the entire stint. Doesn't have to worry about battling people.
Yeah, I mean
And
that's good for clean air, but at the same time, he's never going to get the benefit of having a draft, and we know how powerful it is at Le Mans.
yeah, we've seen draft be really powerful, but we've also seen people trying to work together with draft, just slowing themselves up as well. Within that first stint, so it depends on how well you're working with those around you.
well, first indicator of how well the strategy is working, Ruiz is now ahead of Razor, but ZR Russo, who's also pitted twice now, considerably ahead of Ruiz. So
Yeah,
not quite sure if that's working out quite as well as he may have liked. But I think Ruiz was also
but
a late
Russo
substitute for
is.
that car. They had a driver drop at
I
the
was
last moment
I
and
was about to say
put him in.
Russo is very quick in that car as well.
Yeah,
To be
driver.
on the same pace as carried for the first first couple of pit cycles is pretty hard.
So if I could just direct everybody to the map on the top right, you'll see the number 9, that is carried, and then we're going to move back to number 16, that is Russo. So about a little more than half of the Mulsanne straight there. Kind of a lot, but not an insurmountable gap.
That is pretty much the pit distance between them. Probably to within maybe a second.
So I did guess that Kaiser would come out about 17, 18, 19. Well, he's come out in 19th, just behind 17th
Yep.
and 18th. So that's going to be Lil Caesar, Zula, and Kaiser. And then we see Duck in the board a little bit back there in 20th place. Kind of just follow the leader right now for this aspect of the race. You really can't do too much to catch up if you're not in a train, and they're in a train.
That certainly Kaiser has, it looks like, benefited from that. Having got to right at the end of the stint, tag onto the back of the two fastest guys in the lobby. So
Yeah, I mean,
that will have definitely helped pull him up towards this train as well.
you know all about how important it is to keep in the draft, thanks to taking part in the Indy 500 just a couple weeks ago. But
Oh yeah,
Le Mans, it's mostly straights, so you really do need to make friends and try to not slow each other up too
oh
much there.
Indy was crazy. Yeah,
Yeah, that's a race that I also had the pleasure of broadcasting. You were up at the front for almost the whole thing, and then just right at the end there, it was snatched away.
pipped.
But
Yeah,
uh,
I sort of immediately put my plan into effect of dropping back to the back of a draft train just to start saving fuel from like lap 3, lap 4 for the entire race, so I could have that shorter final pit stop. So even running around in clean air for that last little bit, I could get that shorter stop and be straight back with the lead pack again.
well, I mean, it seemed to work pretty well. And speaking of kind of that shorter pit stop here, that's something you can also do. I know at Daytona, a couple drivers,
Yes.
because of some of the cars not actually needing as many stops, but being required to by the rules, would stay out really long in the first 2 or 3 stops, and then basically skip a pit stop, go in, not put tires, not put fuel on, and then just come out. You
Well,
can't really do that in the
everybody will
prototypes here,
put
but
fresh
GT you
tires.
can.
I was about to say everybody in GT, if they're trying that strategy, will put fresh tires on, but might not need to take the fuel and take that extra time.
Yeah, just because of that minimum pit stop time, right? I think it's what, two and a
Yeah,
half seconds?
2.5 seconds, which is a tire change.
Yeah, so only if you
So
need excess fuel over that, then the stop takes longer. Now, there's always a little
yeah,
bit of variation. It's like, maybe a half
or
second here, a half second there.
yeah, I
As a
know.
general rule, it works.
I know in I can't remember what race it was, but there was a race that I did at one point where you didn't need to take tires, but you did need to take fuel. And that 2.5 second minimum pit stop time, if you fill it with changing tires, you have the full fuel amount afterwards as well. Whereas if you only took the fuel and didn't change the tires, you saved 2.5 seconds, which was really strong in that race.
I'm just going to go ahead and take notes here to make sure I know this for later on. This is good intel.
I don't think you can get away with it here. I
Yeah,
I think
lab's
the
too long.
fuel and tires run out at about the same time on the Toyota. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head.
So I actually
Um,
ran long in the first stint, and I didn't notice any difference whatsoever in the tires when I went in pits. And I pitted with less than a lap of fuel. So I really do
yeah,
think
it
that
depends on what the tire wear looks like.
yeah, I'm pretty sure that
I,
this car is
I'm,
entirely fuel limited.
I think it gets up to about 40%, which means you would need to take tires.
Yeah, you might barely start to feel it, but I think for the most part, it's not really outcome deterministic.
No,
Um, well, everything's
it's
getting
just
pro disconnect for no names.
oh no names.
Hate to see that. Um, what was the point I was going to make? Right, okay, TNR Skitty, leading from basically lap number 1. He got around to turning him and really hasn't looked back. Looking at the map, that is a lot of dots. He's going to have
I
to
was about to
contend
say,
with.
I'm not too surprised by Skiddy leading. I have known Skiddy for a very long time. Skiddy is fast.
Yeah, I've raced wheel to wheel with a lot of the TNR guys. I can't say that I've done too much against Skitty. I know TNR are very assertive on track, very aggressive, but they have the skills to back it up. What do you think is
Skiddy
Skitty's strong
came
suit here on the Maw?
Skiddy came across from Horizon originally, I believe.
Okay.
Or at least that's where I first met him, was in Team Wars over on Horizon.
All right, so in
And
theory,
he
then
was,
he'll be pretty comfortable with some slideways action.
yeah, he was pretty quick over there. Faster than I was at that point at that time. And yeah, so he's then joined TNR and has just transferred those skills across to the motorsport world.
All right, great. So that's a little bit of intel on our current race leader. I gotta confess, I was starting to feel a little bit old when I was going through the warm up for this because usually when I would go through a stint, I would look at all the names and be like, I know who all these people are. I didn't have that experience today. I was a little
I,
lost. I don't know
I
some of
was
these
about to say,
names.
I think it's really helpful that I'm in like the in between generation. So I know all of the old names and I've learned the new names from being around.
That's kind of how I felt when I started doing this. Back in
Yeah.
2016 was my first tour endurance race. Oh my god, that was 9 years ago.
Oh
Uh,
my.
I feel old.
My first one was 2019, 2020, somewhere around there.
Yeah, since I started doing the endurance races here at TORA, I think I've only missed 2 of them all that time. So
Oh my lord.
many
I've certainly
hours.
missed more than you then.
All right, well here comes the Turnidum, catching some GT cars. That's going to be Zula, or not Zula, Wolf and Ruiz. Easily dispatches
Yep.
both of them. Survives another day. Oh, big wiggle there. That was Ruiz getting all kinds of out of shape in the
Uh,
Ferrari. Still out of shape. He's
appar-
still losing it. What has
Apparently,
happened?
from
He's
what
got
I
damage.
oh, has he?
Yep, he hit the death curve and he
Oh,
broke the car. So
yeah.
the
From
the
what
nice thing of that curb being where it is when you break your car, you
it's
really don't
really
have to
close
wait
to the
that
pit
long to
lane.
pit. Just try not to crash too hard, and then you can just duck right in.
Yeah,
It's pretty handy.
but no, I've from what I've heard, for both the Ferrari and the Ford get really unstable when there's a car behind them
In the
as
draft.
well. So if somebody's behind them in the draft, through Porsche curves is really sketchy.
Yeah, that's something that we saw a lot of in Forza Motorsport 7, especially in these all-wheel drive cars. You'd have to run really extreme aero setups on the 919 and the R18, and then somebody get behind you and you just spin. So you'd
Oh
either
yeah,
have to just deal with it, or you'd have to compromise your setup a little bit. And there was that fine line between control and pace that everyone had to straddle. There's Skitty, just
yeah.
absolutely hunting the Ferrari of Russo. Lasser on the outside. Textbook way to
Yeah.
handle the traffic there. Good job, Skitty.
Our lobby is the only lobby with no non-Toyotas in it.
Well, Toyotathon
I
deals may be underway.
I was looking through the lobbies and stuff while doing a little bit of info research for Michaels for the first stint, and I realized every other lobby has at least one non-Toyota in it besides us. But yeah, I personally feel really bad for the 919 team because that car is, in my opinion, the best driving of the field of prototypes.
Yeah, I do kind of
And
agree with you there that
yeah,
919 does objectively handle the best. The problem is it also gets the most affected by the draft, I think. And it's got that weird gearbox.
it still has. Yeah, it's the same as FM7. It's the
Yeah, I
exact same as FM7.
think you have to shift it at what, like 63, 6400 RPM, something like that.
Yeah,
Really,
six,
really
six to
early.
6.5. It uses 3 gears.
Well, pit cycle is underway for the prototypes here. We saw Stokey Joe was
Yep.
running down in fifth. Now he's up in second, not by virtue of merit, but by virtue of he hasn't pitted yet. So we're going to
Yeah.
see Joe drop down a
I,
little bit,
I
probably in the next
think we'll
lap or
drop
so.
back down. I think we'll drop back down to fourth after the pit stop.
What I'm really monitoring, though,
With
is
the
that gap between Skiddy and Eternum, because we know Skiddy's going to be ahead. It's just the question is by how
yeah,
much. Lots of traffic now being dealt with by Drazzi
rough
here.
rough rule of thumb. This is very hard and fast rule. It's not a consistent rule. If somebody comes into the pit lane, if you are as you are exiting on Naj, you're going to be pretty close. So we see Skiddy's coming into the pit lane as Eternatum's going into Arnage.
It's going to be really close,
So
though.
we'll probably be a second or two ahead
Well,
on track.
just a great little three-wide moment there, Drazzi. Excellently split the middle on those two GT cars. I think that was Zula and Caesar. Just
Threading the needle.
very, very clean. Now, I'm kind of surprised we haven't had any other drivers request to join the interview queue here in the TORA Discord. We'd love to hear from people who did Stint 1 or teammates of those drivers in this lobby. Share your insights, spill the tea, as the kids say.
But yeah, we'll take a look as Eternatum and Skiddy come out here.
Taking a look at
It'll
Skiddy.
be
Coming
about
out of the
2
pits
seconds,
now.
I think.
Turnham is within the same straight. Yeah, no, he would have just been coming out of last chicane, so huge lead for Skiddy still. My goodness. Look at that.
Yeah, it's about 8 seconds then. It's a bit further than I thought, but
You know, that's not bad for just under an hour of driving.
yeah.
About
And as I was
49
saying,
minutes.
rough, hard, and fast rule to gauge.
Just, again, looking at that posture of the TNR Toyota, you can see how soft that rear is. He has got it slammed into the ground.
It, as I was saying in Twitch chat when you were talking about it initially, I don't understand how anybody can want the Toyota to be more stable than it already is.
Yeah, you kind of need to add some volatility just to make the thing turn, really. It just
I
struggles
I
in the low speed
needed to
corners.
I needed to add a lot of volatility to it. That's why I dislike driving it. It's way too stable for me.
Yeah, I like to think I'm pretty good at this game, and I was like in the 21s, which was about 4 seconds off of pole, and I'm like, this is just unacceptable. So I drove it, and I drove it, and I drove it, and then a little birdie said, try this, and I threw on the tune I'm using now, and I immediately did a 19. I'm like, okay, this has potential.
The best I've done is a 20, like high 20. My average lap time was like 23s in this car. My average lap time in the 919 when I was doing testing in it was a 19. That's how far off pace I am in the Toyota.
So why are you in the Toyota then?
Because everybody else doesn't like the 919, which is fair enough.
Well, majority rules sometimes. And
Yeah.
speaking of majority, the majority of GT cars have now pitted for the second time here. Our holdouts are OSM Thomas in the Corvette, Kaiser in the Ford, and that is it, with Chronic and Ruiz having done 3 pits already. We're going to see those guys theoretically start to get game places back at the end here.
We saw that Chronic do this in Stint 1, was pretty far back for most of the stint, and then towards the final 20 minutes or so really started coming through the field.
Yeah, just throwing it back to about 20 minutes ago, Carried and Russo had Kaiser with them for a bit. Kaiser has now lost a bit more time, which is not unexpected. Thomas is going to be most likely pitting this lap here in that Corvette. That car looked a little strange going into the Porsche curves there, didn't it? As he scrapes the wall.
Yeah. The Corvette, the C8 definitely seems like a much more handling-based car.
Again, with people running wide in Corvette Maison Blanche,
across there.
Can't be doing that. Well, Thomas is going to go into the pits as we predicted. So
I know a lot of these guys will have very aggressive setups on their cars, which will be not the most stable in the world through there.
You just see the difference between the way Thomas took the corner and then how Carey took the corner. He stayed within the white lines. Very important to do that.
The front engine rear wheel drive nature of that BMW will make it much more stable as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Versus, I think everybody else in the lobby besides Zula is mid-engine rear-wheel drive. So those cars will naturally be more unstable.
Just also helps that they're a little more maneuverable, though. So Nature has healed,
Yeah.
carried his back up at the front. Russo in second. Thomas going to continue to, at least we think, get passed by some cars. Probably going to actually come out in the third spot on merit.
Come out
Kaiser
in the
has to
third
pit.
spot with, yeah.
It's going to be Freitas in fourth on overall pace. Then Wolf and Sideways. Razor in the pits as well for their third pit stop.
Indeed.
Through Dunlop we go. So I have a question. I don't know if you can answer it. How did Racing come to be known as Racing?
No idea.
No idea.
No, the first race I did for them was actually quite a while after they had been founded in the first place. They'd been around for I think a year and a half at that point, and then I did Watkins 6 hour in the last FM7 endurance championship.
The mini TEC, the 3 8-hour races.
Yeah, the 8 hour race. Sorry, yeah.
That was a really fun series because we also got some tie-in from Turn 10 in the form of an in-game Rivals event. And I think it actually was for Watkins Glen. There were two of them. There was a C9 and an Audi TT Quattro. That was really cool. I hope they do something like that again.
Oh yeah.
Had a huge amount of people set times in there. I think it was in the 5 figures at least.
Yeah, I think it was up towards about 80,000 or something.
That's just mind-blowing to think about. And I think a couple of them actually made their way into the race as well, because if memory serves, that was a pretty big event.
Yeah, I remember getting called up by Joe as a replacement for his car, since Joe couldn't make it for that race. And that's, to date, my only endurance A-lobby appearance.
Well, I mean, you've you put up some strong performances. We mentioned Indy 500. You've done some great stints before, and it's always great to hear another voice in the commentary. So again, I really appreciate you giving my vocal cords a break.
Yeah, it's all right.
Just as we gave yours a break after karaoke in Q9 or Q8, whichever it was.
Q9. Then when I got lightheaded before the 5 minutes before the quali session, so I didn't end up doing it.
Oh boy. Yeah, things are definitely starting to get spread out here.
That was a night.
Oh, what a night.
I wasn't going to do karaoke originally, and then I got convinced to by everybody else I was out with.
Well, remember kids, peer pressure is sometimes bad, but it is sometimes fun.
Oh yeah, it was worth it. Because yeah, I was out with a load of the rest of the people from my pole dancing society.
Just remembering this is a family-friendly stream.
Yes.
It's a great way to build core strength, isn't it?
Oh god, yeah.
Riding with F1R sideways here as a prototype zooms their way through. I think that's one of the CBL cars. Into the Porsche curves.
Yep.
So the 4GT had an interesting time in endurance racing because everyone said, that's a prototype, and then Ford said, nuh-uh, and then they made the 4GT. The class had homologation requirements. Ford never met them, but they still raced. And yeah, that was a bit of a controversy. Did a great job in the IMSA series.
They pulled the 962 strategy.
Oh yeah, we'll build more. We'll build more. Just kidding.
Where they built one road legal 962.
Yeah, you know, Porsche actually just did that. They built one road legal 963. It's got a leather interior.
It wasn't even Porsche.
No?
It was I forget who the customer team was that ran it.
Oh, Proton?
But no, the 962, the Group C car.
Oh, was it Kramer that made it then?
I think it might have been Dower, yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, they made one road car for that, and the homologation requirement and it was like 10, I think. And they said, "Yeah, we'll make more," and then never did.
Yeah, there's been some interesting things in the world of sports car racing with
Yeah,
homologation shenanigans or whatever. Like, I think it was Lancia once spilled a bunch of cars, took the inspectors out to lunch, moved them to another parking lot, put new plates
supposedly.
on it, and then showed the other half, which was really the same cars, allegedly.
Supposedly.
It's expensive to build
But no,
cars.
yeah, the the weirdest one I can think of. I can't remember the exact name of the car, but there was this really small privateer company that made one car, and it was both the road car and the race car.
Wickenhouse?
No, this was GT1 era.
Venturi?
It might
Or
have
Ascari?
been. I think Ascari made one car, but that's not the one that I can think of. It was I'll find it.
So speaking of finding things, we got a correction here about the Road Legal 962. It was Schuppen, Vern Schuppen's team. That car is actually available to drive in Forza Horizon 5.
Oh, it was the.
Schuppen.
I think Chupan made one, yeah, but I think there was a different one that was full. It was a full 962 rather than the Chupan was 962 with like different bodywork, different aero, that sort of thing.
Well, we'll come back to that one later on, but right now, Wolfa, in the 5th position at Toyota TS040, has a large quantity of GT cars to deal with. So because we talk about how annoying and difficult that is, let's see how he handles it. Saw
Yes, we
some
shall.
mixed results from some of the other GT cars as they tried to make their way through the Porsche curves. I have not seen this individual try to do so yet. And just behind, that's
Yep.
Freelancer. So now he's got two things to worry about: slow cars and a fast chaser.
Yes, indeed.
Nice shot around the outside there before the inside. Freelancer. Oh, he hits the GT car. Has to gather it up. That could have been so bad.
That was slightly sketchy.
Oh, all right. Well, Wofa, good job for Wofa. Freelancer. We're going to talk about that after the stint. Back in the team chat. But oh, he's got damage. Freelancer's got damage. He must have hit the curb of death, as it's been known. Yep, there it is. Left rear. Just smacked
Has it been nicknamed?
So we're definitely going to talk about that later after the race. But Wolfa exercising good judgment there. And things still getting pretty spread out here. So we're going to go take a look back now at a certain Lil Caesar, because a certain Big Caesar has made his way to the broadcast booth. PTG J Caesar, so great to hear from you. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, thanks, man. How are you?
All right, we're just talking about your son here, Lil Caesar, Toby, currently riding in 15th overall. How's it feel seeing your kid on track?
It's got to be a proud dad moment, hasn't it? You know, he's turning into a bit of an animal. He's on my pace within like a year, just over, and he's got a lot of potential. I can see him if he can like knuckle down and really put in some hardcore practice. He's gonna demolish me.
Yeah, he's been putting up some great results as of late here, Racing Haven and other well-known leagues in the Forza racing universe. But are you two sharing a car today, or are you in different cars?
No, we're in the same car.
Oh, even cooler.
Yeah, and we've got Speed and Heures running for us as well.
I do know those names. So that would be the artist formerly known as Ludicrous Speed.
Correct, yeah.
And then the artist formerly known as LCR Hausman.
That's the one.
All right, I do know things.
So you got it.
So yeah, you've been doing some adventures as of late. I know you've been hitting the acting scene pretty hard. You've been racing Forza. What's been going on in the life of J Caesar?
Well, the acting is the old adamant of it's a marathon, not a sprint. It ain't no easy business. You could be working your way into the industry for 10 years and not really get anywhere. You could be doing everything right that you need to be, crossing all the the T's, dotting all the I's, etc. And there's no guarantee. You just have to keep going, keep trying to get little bits where you can, and just keep going at it. Really, just try and improve your skills, learn more, network, meet the right people, make your own stuff, and
Definitely not an easy gig to get into.
Oh, absolutely not.
Hmm.
Absolutely not. No, no. One of the hardest things you can probably do mentally is it's such a long game. Like I guess, well, with most things, really, there's a lot of self doubt that happens. Are you good enough? Are you going to be able to cope with it? Can you do this? And you're doing all the things right. It's tough going. You just got to be mentally strong and keep on pushing.
Yeah, and that keep strong, keep pushing thing, that applies to so many things. Sometimes just life is a struggle for everyone. Man, I'm getting philosophical
In
here.
general.
But the point
Yeah,
I'm trying to
absolutely.
make is this is a 24-hour race, and you cannot mentally blink for even a second. So we talked about your kid is racing, you're racing. How do you keep focused for a full hour and 40 minutes?
It's hard, man. I mean, people say you just kind of lock in, and you do to a degree. But we all have our off laps. You have a bad lap, and then you just have to catch yourself and just try and get back in. It's corner by corner, just trying to repeat what you've done in practice, and just bit by bit, keep trying to do the same again and again and again. Particularly tricky though when you've got a car right behind you, as you know. You lose so much traction when you've got a car right up behind you.
Yeah, it definitely makes things more difficult than it perhaps would like it to be.
Yeah, and then you get a little slide on. You've been trying to close the gap to another car in front, and you get a slight little slide on. It's half a second gone easy, which is a chunk of time, really, to be losing out. And the draft, if you lose out on the draft, it's mega here, absolutely mega. If you lose out on the draft, that's almost you kind of like stint done. If you lose touch from the group ahead.
Yeah, it's definitely one of a couple tracks that we do endurance races at where the draft is kind of king, the other being Daytona and perhaps Sunset, which is coming up in just a few months. Our next enduro.
Okay, I've never done an enduro there.
Yeah, well, we haven't either. It hasn't been available since Forza Motorsport 4.
Yeah.
I remember there being some back in Forza 4, but not in this game.
As far as I'm aware, TORA has never done a formal endurance race at Sunset. We've used it before, but never for this purpose here. Seeing some guys start to make their fourth pit stop in the form of JSR Chronic, that should be his last one to the end because the Ford easily can do 32 minutes on a fuel tank. Up at the front, Carried, Thomas, and Sideways still have not made their third pit stop. The highest driver to have made 3 stops is Russo, running in the 4th position. And then it's kind of a mixed bag from there on back. But Caesar, it's been great to hear from you. Hopefully we can see Lil Caesar put up a strong end to the stint. He's currently riding in 20th position. Any parting thoughts for B-Lobby Stint 2?
Parting thoughts? Not so much, no. I mean, it's good luck to everyone, really. Everyone, hope you have a good 24 hours, and may the Forza gods be with you.
Thank you very much, and we'll monitor your progress with great interest.
All right, take care.
Take care.
Well, first interview of the day, Quasar.
Yeah.
Hopefully there will be more. Come talk to us!
Good person to get in for a first interview as well.
Yeah. Very, very knowledgeable, old guard member of the community.
Yes.
Again, everything's getting pretty spread out in this stint. I know I literally just got off there.
We've got BN and Wofa somewhat close together.
I think they're both about to pit too, so that's going to instantly go away.
And now that leaves us with Skiddy and Joe having not pitted.
Skiddy might actually be able to pull off a full pit stop gap over 3rd. I don't think he'll be able to do it over 2nd, but he is just dominating the stint.
Yeah. Well, Eternum's currently in 3rd, who has done 3 stops.
Yeah, so I think Eternum is going to be within a pit stop of Skiddy, but it's kind of a lot.
Skiddy has been pulling this entire stint on Eternatum.
I mean, yeah, he's been pulling absolutely, but I'm still not convinced it's going to be a full pit stop. It'll be close though. I'll give you that. It'll be
We'll
close.
see.
Skitty skidding his way here down through Golf, up the inside of some GT cars. Wolf and Razor, I believe. Wolf and Zula.
No, Ruiz and Wolf.
10 of 10. I'm so bad at this.
I had to skim through the the ticket there to work out who it was.
Putting me to shame, man. What are you doing? It's just unacceptable. All right, well, that is going to be Skitty coming out of our Naj with a full head of steam. We'll do a run through the field here just to show off the excellent artwork on display. We'll do a nice little slow spin here for all the entries, starting with TNR Skitty, our current race leader, number 77. HYR Stokey Joe in the number 29 Toyota. All the prototypes are Toyotas, of course, remember. ZR Eternitum in the number 6 machine running in the 3rd position, also just coming through curb to Golf. Elias Dratzi, also approaching Golf in the number 99. 5 drivers in that vehicle. Wolfa 44, 988 Cheeseburger Racing. Ben Muffin in a very pretty car with some interesting iconography on the side. Freelancer currently riding around last in the running prototypes. Remember, no names disconnected very early in the stint. OSM Thomas currently leading GT, but will fall back to about 3rd after pit cycle. F1R Sideways are currently highest running Ford, likely will still be the highest running Ford after pitting. BNX carried the lone M8 in this lobby, doing an excellent job. Will inherit the lead.
We have to.
Say again?
Zula is in an M8 as well.
And I'm just 0 for 10 here. ZR Russo in the number 5 Ferrari, running in 2nd place currently, just a few seconds behind carried. LMP Kaiser running long in that Ford GT, number 828. This car almost made it to the final round of the livery contest. I just want to mention that. HYR Freitas also in the final round of the livery contest, number 28. He's Racer, a late substitute for this entry, number 14 Ferrari 488. We are Wolf in the Ferrari, number 155. The ER Razor's got a Ford GT. I believe this is the Duguino car, number 20. Zula, there's the M8, you are absolutely correct, number 156. Oh, Onion's in this car. Onion helps us host a lot. Little Caesar, as we mentioned, talked to his father, Jay Caesar, number 86, with the Ford GT on the side. That just blows my mind, because I know that was made by hand.
Yeah.
Crispy, number 103 in the Ferrari for LMP. Holden Ford in 19th. Duck, 217 in the Ford GT for EBT Esports. And our current caboose is also pitted 4 times, remember, so he will be higher up at the end. That is Chronic in 62 T.
Wait, right. Crispy's in a Ford GT, right?
No, Crispy's in a Ferrari.
Oh, it is a Ferrari. I'm now going for 0 for 10.
I'd say it's been a long day, but it's literally not even 2 o'clock yet. Okay, so I have no excuse. What's your excuse? It's only 6:20 BST.
Yeah. Yeah, there isn't really one.
Looks like that's going to be Wolf. Final pit stop.
The weather where I live has become a bit of a sweatbox because it rained. So it's now really hot and really humid.
That doesn't sound pleasant. One quick note, by pitting now, Wofa is going to have to put in full fuel or they're not going to make it to the end of the race.
No, Wofa can get away with a short fuel from here.
That was the 4th pit stop, though.
Yes. I believe they can get away with 10% less fuel from here.
The reason I mentioned that every 3 laps is about 10 minutes, and that would be 25 minutes. So you need to do at least... Yeah, okay, you're right, yeah. 0 for 11.
Yeah. I believe, don't quote me on it, because I might be wrong.
No, you're right.
It might be less than 10% fuel that he has at the end if he's full fueled.
So a little bit of context here. I am a mechanical engineer by trade. Calculus, no problem. Complicated simulations, I got you. Basic arithmetic, can't do it.
I did. Oh, as we see Zula getting a little bit out of shape there and just blocking Drazi a little bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna imagine that Zula's telling Drazi
yeah.
he's number 1 right about now. The right hand.
Oh, that happened in Real Motorsport earlier on today during the Moto 2 qualifying.
Oh, somebody made the Jersey salute.
Yep.
Jersey is in New Jersey, not Jersey, England, for those following along at home. So it's Turnham here, running in second. We mentioned the gap was going to come down between Skiddy and Turnham after pit cycle. It now has. It's basically halfway through Dunlop back to Recordament, so about 10 or so seconds. And quite a ways back to Drazi.
Ebbed out by probably a couple of seconds.
Well, we can actually figure this out. So what we're going to do is we're going to count when the camera changes, and then I'm going to switch to a Turnham. Ready? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 7 seconds.
About 7 seconds.
Give or take. Oh, that was great timing there in the traffic for a Turnham. Didn't even have to lift at all. GT cars weren't compromised. Everybody fights another day. So that means Drazi's going to be the next to catch these guys, probably in the second of the Ralentisseur chicanes. That's going to be dangerous. I just realized something. I'm pretty sure Ralentisseur means chicane in French.
Yes.
So I've been basically live translating the corner for the past hour and a half. That's fantastic. Okay. Stokey Joe in 4th.
That's good. That first chicane has gone through many names over the years.
Well, it used to not even be there. This used to just be a completely flat-out straight. It was also a little bit less flat than it is now. Problem, of course, is that there were some very high-speed incidents that ended quite poorly. I know there's been a couple fatalities at Le Mans over the years.
Yeah.
So they ended up getting rid of some of that danger element there and forcing the cars to not use single-piece bodywork on the top. A reason for that one was the fatal accident of Sebastian in Heures, where the entire bodywork flew off the car and he just couldn't stop. Very tragic. That was in practice. I think it was in the 80s. But in happier news, we have 22 and a half, roughly, minutes remaining in stint number 2 of 12. A bit of a runaway event for Skiddy and Turnham, not really having to fight after lap 2 or 3. Drazi firmly establishing themselves in the 3rd position, with Stokey Joe also really just by himself for most of this stint in 4th. Remaining 3 drivers some distance back: Bin Muffin, Freelancer, Wolfa. Not doing a bad job by any means, but they are just not quite having that same 1, 2, 10-lap pace of our top 2.
Thomas is going for this pit skipping strategy that we talked about.
Yeah, that's a great point.
That car running for long enough on a fuel stint that it doesn't have to worry about refueling 4 times.
Yeah, we've been trying to make it so that everybody has to pit the same number of times, just to make life a little bit easier for the marshals. And as we say about pitting, there he goes in now. Just gonna double check the rules and regulations here for this event, just to make sure. And I can now confirm it is 4 pits mandatory for everybody. In years past, we used to do different numbers, but that just got kind of annoying to track, so.
Yeah. And, so yeah, majority of the field, besides Chronic and Wofa, owe us a stop within the next just over 10 minutes.
And remember, there is a pretty severe penalty for not making that pit stop in time. In years past, it was just a DQ because you didn't make the pits. Now it's I believe, major level 2 penalty, which for this race I think is like 20,000 feet. 4 miles.
Yeah, I was about to say 20 or 25. I couldn't remember off the top of my head.
Either way, it's not a good idea. You're going to lose more time from not pitting than you are from doing it.
The discussion has already been had because somebody managed to mess it up.
Yeah. Now, if you just never make the pit, like you only pit 3 times, I think that's DQ. But if you make the last pit late, then it's still a penalty, but it's not like a destruction.
Yeah, that's what they did.
Back. Well, the artist formerly known as Genji, we have a fight here. Thomas and Sideways are actually within sight of each other. And by Thomas and Sideways, I mean Sideways and Freitas. Battle for position.
So we've got the Ford GT.
Oh no, it is
which
sideways for
has-
us and Wolf. Okay.
Yeah, so we've got the Ford GT, which has, I believe, more outright top end than the Ferrari. But out of the slower corners, such as Mulsanne corner, Arnage, those sorts of places, the Ferrari has much better acceleration. So we'll be able to pull alongside coming out of there.
You can see that now a little bit just coming out of Ralentisier 1. Big acceleration from Freitas on sideways. And you might be able to parlay this into a pass. Switching to the third-party chase cam here. Gonna juke out to the right, perhaps, or nope. Okay, a little bump drafting action. That's
We
0 for
saw
12 now for those keeping score at home.
we saw Matt doing this a lot with sideways in the first stint as well.
Yeah, I'm still a little confused why bump drafting doesn't actually help you at all. It just feels like it slows down the trailing car.
Yeah, it's very, very negligible.
Yeah, a lot of the
Side
drivers
drafting is
a lot of
side
the drivers
drafting.
have taken to just leapfrogging, and we're going to continue talking over each
Yeah.
other here because we have great
side
ideas.
Side drafting and leapfrogging has proved to be much more powerful than bump drafting in this game.
Looks a little goofy, but at the same time, you got to do what you got to do. Racers are always going to find an
Yeah.
edge, and they're going to try to exploit it the best they can. Now, Freitas is going to try to make that pass, having a huge straightaway from Mulsanne up to Indy. Makes the nice pass in curb to Gulf. Now he's going to try to hang on to get to Indy Asses.
Yeah. And there's also a fairly big train that the I can't tell which position that is in the prototypes is coming up to.
We'll take a look at that in just a
heading
second
down
here.
to Mulsanne corner.
Great defense from sideways. Did not let that phase him at all. That's going to be the bin muffin. Already getting 2 cars there. That would have been Chronic and Ruiz. Now he's going to have to look at Kaiser, Duck, Crispy, Lil Caesar. Lots of traffic all at once. And what's
So
at the
Ruiz
end of here?
and
A big
Chronic
braking zone.
Ruiz and Chronic are fighting for position as well here.
Yep.
Both of them have given us all 4 pit stops.
Actually, the last 4 have made their 4th pit stop. Ruiz, Chronic, Razor, and Zula.
Yep.
So they can only go up from here. What is Bin Muffin going to do? The answer is he doesn't have to do anything, because he didn't have to compromise his line at all for that section. Textbook driving by virtue of timing. And Bin Muffin doesn't have to do anything. That's the best feeling as a prototype, isn't it?
Yeah.
So,
Just getting to run your own lines and then get past them on the straights. Just
one driver
So
who is going to have the perhaps opposite experience of that is Freelancer, because if you look at the map, it's full of
Yeah.
dots, and he is going to catch all of them in the slow corners. Uh-oh.
At least the Toyota will have enough acceleration.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's got acceleration, but he's using the same setup that I am, and it doesn't like to abruptly change direction, put it politely.
The car generally doesn't.
Yeah, but it kind of bottoms out sometimes, so I think he's going to get away with it here. But just one GT car on the exit.
Yeah.
Yep, very nice. Okay.
Oh, yeah, just slightly too close through Porsche curves there.
I was really looking forward to seeing somebody slide through like 5 GT cars in a row, but
Maybe
isn't gonna
maybe
be...
half a second further back, that would have been a perfect exit to the Porsche curves.
Oh, it would have been hilarious. Well, now he gets to deal with it in Dunlop. So this, we've seen in years past, Toyota have punted each other here, Rebellion have punted each other here, Peugeot have punted each other, Aston Martin. Not today.
Yep.
Everybody's been pretty clean through
And
Dunlop.
now we have Wolf coming out just ahead of Chronic and Ruiz as well. So that's now a 3-way fight.
Okay, things are spicing up here. Razor, okay, so actually a lot of the GT cars have pitted now. So Wolf, Chronic, Ruiz, Razor, Caesar, Crispy, Duck, Zula, everything is converging like we kind of expected. There's our fight. We've got a fight. Wolf, Chronic,
Within the
Ruiz.
next lap or so, I expect everybody else to come in and give us their final stops.
Yeah, one little thing to make a note of, the last pit stop, you have to do it before 30 minutes and 0 seconds remaining on the clock. That is a TORA imposed rule. Part of the reason for that is if a car has a really short fuel tank, it allows them to have a more competitive strategy instead of just being the only one when they pit.
Yep.
We do try to think of everything.
I remember, I think it was 2021, or it might have been 2022, with the Lancia
Oh, that car. I think that
for
was
the
2021.
classic one. That could almost one-stop a stint in fuel and tire.
I drove that car. It was a lot of fun.
I used that car as well. That year was the year we ran the Comms Bible car
Oh,
with
that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Is that
Yeah, we ran that car
Krookie
with
organizing that?
yes, me, Crookie, Sabine, Ali. It was either us four or there was one more person that I can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, I remember that was a really cool initiative, and I was kind of sad to see it go away, but it's a
Yeah.
big time commitment.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I'm seeing more and more GT cars here as we come through the laps. Now it's Chronic, Wolf, Ruiz, Razor, Little Caesar, all in the same shot. I think that's Kaiser just ahead, a little out of position but on pace. But just
Yeah,
so
Kaiser
many
just
cars.
ahead. I think Little Caesar's in this train behind. I think
Yeah, he's
it's
not too far
Caesar
back.
Crispy.
Oh no, he's way far back.
Yeah, Caesar Crispy Duck, I think.
Yeah, those three together. Okay, so we've got two packs forming up. A couple guys in the pits, Sideways and Freitas are just coming out, approaching the pits. They should go in this time because there's not
And
enough
they're
time to
still
make it.
side by side.
Carey is in, Russo is in, Thomas is in. Every GT car, as of right now, will have made their final pit stop.
They cannot make another lap, so they have to come in for the pit stop this time round.
Question is Kaiser going to remember? I do see here, it looks like all the prototypes have made it in except for Freelancer and Skitty.
Skitty is far enough around that
he's got to come in this time.
He will not have to worry. He will be able to make it.
Freelancer ducks it in.
And this will be a gap opener for Skitty as well, because he'll be able to take a lot less fuel at this pit stop.
Yeah, he's only going to need to take about 3 laps of fuel, really.
Yeah,
so
3 to 4 laps of fuel.
So the Toyota gains about 1.5 seconds on low fuel compared to high fuel.
And it'll be a shorter general stop as well.
I did a 316.8 near the end of the stint with a little bit of draft, and then without it, I was in the 18s. The higher fuel.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. The rubbering is a massive difference around here as well.
Well, it's always nice when you see strategies unfold, but for the spectator point of view, I think it's very appreciated when we get lots of cars together. Look at this gaggle of GT cars to the end. That's going to be Ruiz, Chronic, Wolf, Razor just a tick behind, Freitas just a tick ahead. Huge amount of cars, but what I want to know is Skitty going to remember to pit? I really hope he does. Answer to that question is yes. Was there ever any doubt? No, there was not.
You see Kaiser. Oh, Zula's coming for a 5th pit stop as Zula got damage.
I will attempt to figure that out. Answer is yes. Left front. So he has either smacked the wall or hit a curb.
Curb explosion, yeah.
Pour one out for Zula. That's going to be about a 2-mile loss relative to the other drivers. They're really unfortunate.
And we've got Kaiser on the back of the other train.
Just not seeing Kaiser. There's Kaiser. Okay.
Just a hair off the back of the other train. Yeah. But if that train ahead starts battling, then could very easily come up to the back of it.
Side by side here. Ford versus Ferrari. Chronic versus Ruiz. 2 very experienced drivers.
I can't wait until we get the hypercar battle of this.
There's a good chance that happens next year. Not saying guaranteed, but it's pretty likely.
Ford have already confirmed they've got a prototype team coming, so...
Oh, I thought you meant for TORA, but yeah, for real world hypercar Ford versus Ferrari, absolutely. I would love to see that happen.
And Porsche will be there. Porsche were there around at that time. Aston will be there. Aston were around at that time.
The more things change, the more they stay the same, huh?
Yep. We've gone
Louise
full
trying to
loop back
shake
to
things up
60.
here around the outside, approaching Indianapolis. That is
Yep.
not where you want to be. He's going to have a very compromised entry. Oh, is he going to
But
be
if he
clear?
can,
Chronic
if he
is
can
sticking it
stick
in
it
there.
around,
Chronic, what a move!
ooh,
Gets the pass done.
properly slid it in there.
Wow, that was
I was going to
brave.
say, if Rui can hang it around the outside, he's actually in the better position there to be able to block pass up into the left-hander at Indianapolis.
Yeah, now there could
But
be an argument made there about track limits. I think that was pretty close, but
I was about to say, it was close, but I think it was fine.
yeah, that was very very brave driving from Chronic. I would have done the same thing, honestly.
Oh
Into
yeah,
Porsche curves. Chronic is being pushed by Ruiz on the entry to the Porsche curves. They are going to now duke it out side by side. Chronic gets perhaps a little bit ahead. He's going to have a compromised left entry though. Ruiz going to be able to get the draft. I think that Ford just a little more nimble through here.
yeah. From what I've been told, the Ford runs min downforce,
I think they're all running mid.
which makes it very oversteery, and when it's not oversteering, very understeery. And Razor's coming to the pits, and Wolf.
So those are
So have
fifth
they
pit
had an
stops for those
incident
guys.
together?
Why though? Damage.
Damage and Razor ahead.
Also damage. So they may have
Damage
come
at
together.
the opposite end. At the opposite end of the car. So something's happened between those two.
That makes me think they had an accident amongst themselves, because why else
Yeah.
would they both have the same incident or same
Wolf
time
had
pit stop?
Wolf had front left damage, and Razor had rear right damage.
What that is going to allow is for Lil Caesar, Crispy, Duck, and perhaps Kaiser to get through. Zula, I think, is too far back to make any sort of inroads there. But a big loss of positions for Razor and Wolf here. This is going to further cement that Carried is most likely going to win the stint, because he is in Narnia compared to Russo, who is himself in Narnia compared to Thomas.
Who himself is in Narnia compared to... I think Chronic and Ruiz are closing on Sideways and Freitas.
Yeah, they're getting him. So Sideways is by himself right now. He doesn't have a drafting buddy. That's going to be inherently a little bit slower. Freitas also currently does not have a drafting buddy. You're absolutely right, Quasar. That is Ruiz and that is Chronic.
So they have, even with all of the battling they've been doing, closed up onto the back of Freitas, having the advantage of that slipstream and the side drafting that they've been doing off of each other.
Approaching now the fastest area of the track, that kink on the Mulsanne Straight, and heading into Indianapolis. By Indianapolis, I mean second chicane. And I'm just awful today.
It's fine. Your excuse is you're still waking up.
Getting up at 5:30 in the morning every week, and then this morning I'm like, you know what? I'm going to set my alarm for 8:30. Wake up at 6:45. Trained by my own internal chronometer.
When you're in a rhythm, it's kind of hard to get out of it.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, so speaking of rhythms, that's Chronic a little all over the place there in Mulsanne. He's still just behind. I think these two might just try to play it smart here, see if they can reel in Freitas in that gorgeous number 28. Oh yeah, racing Ferrari. And that is Sideways just a little bit further ahead. These gaps were huge earlier in the stint, but it has come together through the pit cycle coming back around and people not having any help.
I have admitted this to Joe, but I did not vote for this livery, for the GT liveries.
That is a betrayal of the highest order. How could you not vote for your team car in the livery contest?
I voted for the PXM Trans Pride livery.
I should have seen that coming. I should have seen that coming. Well, it is Pride Month. Represent, right?
It is. Yeah, so I saw that livery and I was like, there's my team livery, but I like this one much more.
So regardless of your opinions on such iconography and colors, the colors work very well as a color palette.
Oh, they do. Our prototype, actually, the one that I'm in, that Joe's currently driving is the same color palette. For the majority of the car, it's white, pink, and blue.
I mean, it's opposite ends of the color wheel. It just works.
Opposite end of the color wheel with a light tertiary color.
Whoa, big
It
slide there
works
from
perfect.
Chronic. Sorry to interrupt, but Chronic got all out of shape
Yeah.
there in Ford. Yeah, there's a
I think
backup.
Ruins also followed and got out of shape.
Yeah, I don't think any real advantage was gained or lost there, but that could have been so bad if Chronic had, for example, sim snapped in the opposite direction or just locked it up too hard. Oh, he goes right again! Chronic, I wonder if he has damage. We're going to investigate this because that's just really... He does!
Oh, he's curb deathed.
I think Chronic has decided, you know what, there's only 4 minutes left, it's not worth a pit stop, and he is just going to limp that car home with a wounded right rear. That tells me that Chronic may have encountered a certain curb coming out of Maison Blanche or got a Corvette. It's got a little greedy there.
Yeah.
That's going to be
Probably
really sketchy to drive it on home.
Through the end of Porsche curves, through Maison Blanche, yeah.
I mean, he'll be fine on the straights, but anytime there's heavy braking, that car is going to want to snap out real hard. So we're going to monitor that. Look at just that car is not happy. All over the place here. What a shame, too. He was trying the alternate pit strategy. It worked, and then it's going to just result in nothing.
Yeah. It worked for last stint as well.
Bin Muffin, oh my goodness, Wofa and Bin Muffin here, swapping positions. Huge action in Indianapolis. Glad I caught that one on the ticker there. That was very exciting.
Big commitment from both of them through there.
Yeah, I mean, you can really just kind of unsettle the other guy near you and just swoop on through, but you have to be careful, because many years ago, I did the same thing, wrecked myself, and then Solar, HCR Solar at the time, did the same thing, wrecked himself, hit me like a bowling ball. It was very funny.
Yeah. Especially with this new game and the AstroTurf on the outside of Indianapolis being much more prone to upsetting your car. You can try and upset the car on the inside, but you run the real risk of spinning yourself off of that AstroTurf.
Just a reminder for everybody watching at home, while the timer may say 22:18, there's only 2 minutes and 16 left in the stint because we stop at 20 minutes to go. Drivers will be instructed to slam the brakes and just stop where they stop. Still steer, obviously, but full lockup is required as soon as that clock ticks from 28 minutes to 1950. So Skitty, a dominant performance here. Maybe going to have to deal with a little bit of traffic for the last lap. Don't think it's going to impact things too much. ZR turning him, putting up a strong chase, but just not quite enough to get it on in there. Les Drazi also putting up a great showing in the number 99. Stokey Joe, a little bit further back. On the GT side of things, it is still VNX carried a considerable distance ahead of ZR Russo, perhaps about 5 or 6 seconds. Not the biggest of margins, but over 12 stints, that can add up to about a minute, which is about 2.5 miles. OSM Thomas and F1R Sideways are driver in fourth. But a little bit of momentum was building. It's been lost in the form of Chronic getting damaged, so Ruiz no longer has a wingman that might allow Freitas to hang on to a top 5.
Yeah. It's been a really close stint for the entire running, though.
Did see here Duck and Crispy are still swapping positions with 1 minute to go.
There's always been something going on somewhere.
Oh, Drazi has damage, according to Matt Clem. Oh, yeah. Oh, he stopped.
Oh.
Drazi's car is dead. What happened? He's out of fuel. He ran out of gas.
Oh, Drazi's run out of fuel.
Oh, man. Drazi.
Oh, no.
Well, I mean, it's only a minute, so he's not going to lose that much, but that is going to hurt. A couple miles at least.
10% too little fuel for the final stop.
Oh, we're going to see very quickly here. Yeah, there's nothing Drazi can do there. But you can see them there. That's Bin Muffin and Wofa. They are going to easily catch up and pass. Sneak on through. Freelancer.
Kind of hard to tell if a car's ghosted or not.
Yeah. Oh, Freelancer. He's going to just run out of time, not be able to get up there. Slams on the brakes with 20 minutes to go. And this means stint number 2, B Lobby. Your winner is TNR Skitty. That was a pretty solid drive from
Impressive drive.
Skitty, I gotta say. I didn't think he did
Yeah.
a single thing wrong that entire race.
Impressive drive.
Yeah, he did a great job. Credit where credit's due. Second place
Indeed.
goes to ZR Turnidum. Third, Stokey Joe, as we kind of went over there. Oh, that's a great shot. Bin Muffin in
Heli
fourth.
shot.
Bofa a little bit behind in fifth. Oh, they're like next to each other.
Yeah,
Drazi
a
out of
little bit
fuel.
behind.
Yeah,
I don't-
Freelancer in the wall. Carried our Victor in the GT class. Parked right at the crest of the hill. Russo just a little bit of ways back, having spun on the approach to the second chicane. Thomas sideways, just a tick behind him. Kratos just a little bit behind, having an incident in Turcharouge to finish things off. Bees,
Yep.
that
I think
wounded
got the
Chronic.
count-
I think Chronic should have put it, honestly.
I think got the countdown right at the apex of Ted Rouge, so just had to slam on the brakes, and that's
Caesar,
where you end up.
Duck, Crispy,
Caesar
really, really
fucking-
close. Oh, wow. They must have got it right at the chicane.
Yeah.
Kaiser, not too far behind. Kaiser, really also not too far behind. So very, very
Yep.
close between 16 and 19. And WR Wolf, he could see them, he couldn't catch them. Zula with
Yep.
that unforced
With
fifth
the
pit stop, a
unfortunate damage.
little bit of
Yeah.
ways back in 21st. All right, well, that was stint number
And,
2. We're going to take a short break and then come back for stint number 3. So make sure to stay tuned here on SFM_Darkser. I have SFM Darkser here with me, Quasar Pole, and we'll be back in just a few moments. And we are back. I know it says on screen only SFM Darkser, but I am still here with HYR Quasar Pole. I'm also making a sandwich. So Quasar, how do you feel that everything's been
Yep.
going so far today?
It seems to have been going along all right. We've had a lot of new hosts step up to the plate, and they seem to be taking along to it well as well. Which is a massive help for everything admin in this game, because there's a lot to manage.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 6 lobbies, we've got 500 something people, got, in effect, 6 races going on concurrently. It's a lot.
Yeah.
I think we're at, what, like
It's just a lot of it.
130 something teams or 120 something teams?
Yeah.
One thing to remember is it's very important to stay hydrated and well fed. So to that effect, I am currently making lunch. Did you have lunch?
Yes, I did.
Anything good?
I had cold pizza.
Oh, well, I mean, cold pizza can be good, but
I'm
hot
a uni
pizza is
student.
supreme. You know what? I'll allow it. I'll allow it. For me, I'm currently making a pastrami and pepperoni on a pretzel roll sandwich.
I mean, once you finished and we're a little bit into the stint, I'm gonna go ahead and make myself some more food.
Anything good, or is it going to be more cold pizza?
No, it's gonna be fruit yogurt and granola.
Definitely a student.
Yeah.
All right, well, stint number 3 is coming up. I know results are still trickling in from stint number 2, but
Yep.
we should have the grid order from stint number 1. So as soon as I sit down, we'll go with that. But based on what we've seen so far, Quasar, do you have any predictions for how things may go to start the stint?
No crazy predictions at the minute. We've got Skiddy in here again for stint 3. So I imagine Skiddy will do quite well, but we'll have to come through from 6th in the prototype field this time round, rather than starting 2nd.
Yeah, I think that means that they had a rough time in stint number 1, which, if I'm
Yes.
remembering, that absolutely did happen.
Canuck went from 2nd to 8th in 2 laps, which was not the most ideal of starts in the world.
Yeah, I remember at the end of the stint, I was chasing him. I said something to the effect of, "Give me the Canadian." And then all of a sudden, I passed him, and then I stopped thinking about him because I was past him. But then, yeah, he was definitely down there. So I'm wondering if he also perhaps ran out of fuel?
No, I think he ended up getting into a battle with whoever it was who finished
7th?
here. Or P7, sorry. P7? No, P5. You finished 4th in that stint.
I thought you said he finished 7th.
No, he finished. Canuck finished 6th in that stint.
Yeah, I know right at the end I was in 6th, and then I made up a couple places, and then I was very happy.
So it was with Neiman. Got into a battle with.
Okay. Had a good battle with Nyman of Racing Haven Championship at Silverstone.
Yeah. We have Spooky back in the HYR car. Spooky was just clean and consistent in that first stint, allowing him to climb up to 3rd, which is where we're starting this stint.
Not bad, not bad.
We have the 2 CBL cars. Those have looked promising so far. Unfortunately, had a DC in the first stint, so one of them will be starting from the back, but recoverable. In the GT field, we have PTG Speed taking the mantle from PTG Caesar Jr. or Little Caesar.
I still think that's so cool that father and son race together.
Oh yeah, it's really cool. We have Freighter staying in the HYR car. We have Zach the One getting in the VNX car. Should stay awake for this. We have Chronic getting out of the JSR car, Blacken's getting into the JSR car. We have... Who else do we have? Insanity and Ranger. Looking forward to seeing how they go along. I know Insanity had a tough first stint, but hopefully can bounce back from that.
Let's find out, right?
Yep. But overall, it's looking like we're going to have a lot of close races throughout this stint.
Fingers crossed. I'm not sure what to expect here. But I think at the end of the day, what matters is everybody's going to have fun, right? That's what we want.
Everyone having fun will be a good sign.
Big fan of everybody.
Oh no! Oh, that's unfortunate.
What happened?
I'm just looking at the results getting put in, and it was both CBL cars have now had disconnects.
Oh, that's rough.
CBL 2, CBL Racing Comp 2 had a disconnect in the first stint, and CBL Racing Comp 1, which was no names, had a disconnect last stint.
Right, so I just noticed that there is a little error on results here, so I'm going to fix that real quick.
Nope, fair.
Back up running. Oh, I can't believe it. Alright. Should be fixed now. Okay. NA errors there. Actually exists. I feel like every time we do one of these races, I always forget to change some small detail on our live timing dock, and then it just goes boom. Gotta fix it.
There's a lot to manage. It's okay.
But we get there at the end.
Yeah.
Alright, so it looks like the reason we have not started yet in this lobby is because the results are still being tabulated in 2. Having said that, it looks like they're entered, so I don't know why we're actually waiting. I think everybody's here.
We are missing one person.
So we should be just a few minutes away now. Swap over to our... You?
Yep. I'm busy trying to work out really quickly who it is who are missing.
I know you went through the grid, but I'll do it one more time just to remind everybody. Leading off this stint, it should be Poproki in the skill issue team car. Because Hyena won stint 1. Second place is going to be CBL Fine You. Third will be HYR Spooky. Fourth is going to be Just Unku. Fifth, GW Bushbank. Sixth, TNR Skitty. 7, ZR Hayek Cranky. And last in class, CBL Menkles. In the GT class, VNX Zach the One will lead things off ahead of ZR Sholin. Third is going to be F1R Sideways, then JSR Blackened, ZR Benito, and OSM Darius. 7th position is HYR Freitas. 8th is PTG Speed. Rest of the top 10 is LMP Ranger and NWR Shadow. 11th position will be VER Sick, followed by EBT Duck, NWR Arish, and our caboose today is LMP Insanity. Still waiting on that one driver to get in here. Entirely sure why they're not here.
2 drivers now, I believe. I think Freitas just disconnected as well, so we're waiting on Freitas and one other.
There's Freitas. Sandwich is delicious.
Nice. There we go. And that is our last driver joining the lobby. Oh, we have to re-ready up.
It does appear that way, which I've now done. Right, so just to reiterate, if you're watching on my Twitch channel here, sfm_darkser, and you want to say hi, head on over to the TORA Discord, which you can find over at tora.com. Join the interview 2 channel. Talk to you. Still in a bit of holding pattern here. Some drivers have not readied up. Probably just listening for instructions from the host Unco.
I just seen where I am starting for next stint. I am
starting?
terrified. I am
First?
starting second.
Hey, there you go.
I'm not fast.
So after this stint is over, I'll be jumping back out of the booth, heading in over SF Michaels. Then stint number 5, 6, and 7, we Zach the 1. Stint 8, we take a break. 9 will be Michaels. 10 will be Chris 33 PAFC. And finishing it off in stint 12 will be Michaels. What this means, chat, is that you are almost free of me. Wahaha.
The lobby is not free of me for another 2 hours after this, though.
Alright, now. Still
That's
waiting
fine.
here in the TORA.
I'll be pretty anonymous next stint, I would imagine.
Find out, right?
My lord. I just hover over the TORA icon on Discord. There's 5 profile pictures plus 99. If that gives any context to how many people we've got racing at once right now.
Yeah, I don't think Discord ever really expected to have that volume of using chat at a given time. But, you know, we like to push things as hard as we can here at TORA, and have said that we are now loading in. Exciting.
Yep.
Which means I need to pay attention. Chat, are you ready? Drivers, are you ready? Because we actually have 4 minutes in which to do basically nothing. Why is that? Because we have to set the grid.
Yep.
So, hold your horses, get ready. Headlights are on and noticing.
Yep, the first night stint. So conditions will be slightly different once again.
Slight change at TORA. Normally the night stints start later in the actual running of the event, but we chose to more closely match the actual 24 run time. So that is how we came to do it this way. So we got to hang out for a little bit while we amongst ourselves and see how much. Just about 3.5 minutes time. We'll get racing.
We have our team that, if I'm remembering correctly, which hopefully I am, started out on Horizon in skill issue team, SIT as they're called, starting out on pole for this one, with Pop Roki in the car.
See, I didn't know that, so that's pretty cool. Team coming from Horizon over the moon.
Yeah.
I think Noodle did the same thing, didn't they?
Yes, NDL have... let's look through the... LDAC. They've done the same thing.
That may explain why I don't some of these play Horizon.
Yeah, they've come across from the competitive Horizon community and integrate themselves well within the Forza community. LDAC have a car up in A lobby. NDL have multiple.
Did a 6-hour race over Motorsport Championship.
Yeah.
First 4 cars were all from Google.
NDL are really quick.
No doubt in that one. Competent. About 2 minutes to go here, folks, and then we're going to see some driving.
Yep. I'll keep tabs on the GT start if you want to watch the prototypes.
That's my...
We'll watch it from... I will keep tabs from Blackened. The first...
The anticipation while we're waiting, it really kills me here.
It does.
But What's also fun is opening up the chat and seeing 409 messages, scrolling down, and see it is absolutely not allowed from our staff member. So that tells me somebody has done a silly. It looks like we're having a restart here.
Something is getting restarted.
Usually that implies somebody had an
Oh
issue
dear.
or whatever, so we'll get to do this all over again, which means I can pastrami.
I will ready up and spectate and then go and start making myself food real quick. Oh dear. Yep. Right, I shall be back in hopefully 5 minutes.
I'll chat. Let's get to hang out. So not entirely sure why there was a restart. Go. Get about 4.5 minutes. Stated reason is no collisions. Okay. Alright, time to enact the commentator's curse. Looking at who is in this stint, so number 3, B. My prediction is that our first place driver at the end of things will be ZR High Cranky. Zephyrus is at this car.
Yeah.
On the GT side of things, my prediction for who's going to win this stint is we're going to go with Zach the One today. Looks like we're having an additional restart.
Indeed.
Not quite sure why.
Let's have a look through the driver list. Who do I reckon will be where?
Reason for this restart is a disconnection.
Oh dear. I reckon Skiddy will go back to back.
Safe bet. Safe bet.
And we'll take pole. We'll take the win this stint. Even coming through from 6th, with Cranky coming through from 7th, I think we'll finish within 500 feet of Skiddy, I think.
Okay.
And then I think Cholin will take the win for GTs.
So a bit of divergent predictions here. Looks like we're now waiting to see restart from HYR Freitas. Once they rejoin, we should get things moving again. So at this point, boys are going to mention why we run 1 hour and 4 stints. The reason for that is to allow the host time to collect and enter the data, and if we do have any sort of delay, to allow the next stint to try to start on time. So right now, we are 14 minutes past when the stint should have started. If we get started within the next 2 or so minutes, it might actually be able to start on time for stint number 4. Now, it's not a guarantee by any means, but over the course of the race, usually we can claw back most of the delay. Now, having said that, there was one time that I can remember where stint 6 started partway through stint 8. How is that possible, you ask? Well, stint 7 always starts on time because you're not allowed to double 6 and 7. And then stint 12 always starts on time because you're not allowed to double 12. And the reason for that is so we can try to get things back on track. The one year there were so many delays, I think the one stint, it started like 3 hours and 15 minutes late or something insane like that. But it didn't matter because nobody was doubling. Now there is an edge case where somebody's racing stint 6, could be doing stint 8, but if that happens, that's just unfortunate.
Also, you'll probably know plenty ahead of time that
yeah.
that's going to be an issue.
All right, looks like we are now loading in. Once Freitas readies up, I mean loads and then readies up, we should be off to the races.
Indeed. I will cut my strawberries while we wait for the race start.
If you're looking for the other streams, Tora_live is currently Dr. Tom taking it away with a solid 130 people watching. Raygill is covering D Lobby. Also have Insane Leader covering C Lobby, and then down in Lobby F is Apex Fortune. Lots of streams going on today.
Yeah. Lots of streams, lots of moving parts, lots of people to manage. It's always an impressive show.
Loading in. Da-da-da. Still have some sandwich left. It's a very tasty sandwich, but I made it a little bit too thick. It's like 2 inches thick. Just meat.
Oh, dear.
Oh, it's Fortune. Hello.
Hey, am I to ask you a question here? I'm not sure if you're streaming.
Well, we are currently live on my Twitch with Fly Lee, but go ahead, ask your question.
Oh, we had the lobby host switch for Stint F with Grizz.
I see.
Sure if we should have him host?
Please tag Zeralizak to resolve that. I can't help you.
Alright, thank you.
Live, folks. Lots of moving parts as we've been say we have staff, stewards, community team, marshals, streamers, media, drivers, painters, tuners, hundreds and hundreds of people. All to bring this.
We have, what, 500 and something drivers?
As of right now, there are 550 drivers registered, which is a record, I think.
And then add probably another 100 people on top of that who aren't directly involved in driving in the race. That's how many people are involved with managing.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Alright, well now we just get to sit here for about 3 minutes, which means I get to eat a sandwich.
Yeah. I get to start cutting grapes. Yeah, becoming a uni student has meant I've started eating different foods again, which has been nice.
Two and a half minutes to go. Also being told that my Discord notifications are audible. Oh no, that is now fixed.
Yeah, they were.
What are you thinking here?
That's an interesting sight I've got on my screen.
Wait a second. Is that a car making another car? Is that how Mini Coopers are made? It is.
That is ZR Benito on top of OSM Darius.
So as a general rule, race cars are supposed to remain on the racetrack, not on other race cars. This typically results in damage to the underbody, suspension, and perhaps the driver themselves.
Yeah.
I'm going to choose to believe that that is simply a graphical error and not a true collision.
And also the rear wings and assorted other top-mounted aero components of the car beneath.
Yeah, they typically don't enjoy having things placed on top of them. Oh boy. I now see a little bit of smoke, which tells me the tire may be coming back down. Well, this has been most entertaining. This is a family-friendly stream, so we're
sliding off the roof.
We're going to move things up to our front pack here. So once again, it's going to be Proproki leading from Flying You, from Spooky from Onku, then Bushbank, Skitty, Cranky, and Mink to your prototypes. Zach the One is going to pull off at the front of GT with Cholin, Sideways, Black End, Benito, Darius, Freitas, Speed, Ranger, Sick, Duck, Arish, and Insanity. Following. 4 pit stops required, or 30 minutes on the clock. 20 minutes is when everybody stops driving. Otherwise, have at it. And in just 35 seconds time, they're going to accelerate to 45 miles per hour, single file, go when they get to the end of the curve before Dunlop, and we are racing. So who is going to lead under Tetra Rouge for the first time? Will it be Paproki, Find You? Will it be Skitty from way downtown? Or somebody else?
I think this first lap, Paproki will find you.
Okay. Compound predictions underway. As for Tetra Rouge, my money is on Spooky to somehow sneak through, but we'll find out. I've been wrong about every single prediction so far. Away we go. Launches up to 45, holds that speed. Nobody else can catch up.
We no longer have Benito on top of Darius.
Put that on your bingo card, a little bit of suggestiveness here. Up to Dunlop we come. And away we go.
I was expecting it mid-stint from a proto underneath the GT.
Kind of hoping we just don't see that at all, personally. But huge slide for Paproki. That's going to allow Find You to get a big run, and I think we just had a disconnect. We're having a restart.
I think.
C3 prototype's gone, which means we get to do it all over again. Ay. Also, just been informed that the voices are a little quiet, so we're going to go ahead and turn down the game audio by about half. Hopefully that fixes things.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Reason for this restart is no collisions with HYR Freitas.
Oh, Freitas has got... Oh, great.
Ay. Well, as I've said, every time there's a restart, I get to eat more sandwich, so I'm not really too unhappy with this.
It gives me proper time to finish making my granola and fruit and yogurt.
But also, at the same time, for the drivers, that is genuinely frustrating, because you're ready to go, you're loaded in, and then all of that anticipatory energy gets dumped, and then you can't do anything with it.
There we go. I am, in fact, deciding I'm going to make myself 2 bolts of it.
Ooh. Quasar, please press the spectate button.
Oh, sorry.
Alright, let's do this thing.
There you go. I had to get across my my flat for a second.
Alright. Final start, Peronku, no more restarts. So if somebody disconnects, tough cookies. Kind of unfortunate, but, you know, we have a timeline to try to keep to, and at a certain point, you just gotta make do with what you got.
That's why we have multiple restarts as well, because we are dealing with Forza here after all. We're dealing with video game. It's very hard to predict what it's going to do.
Yeah, we're really kind of using a platform for something it was not intended for, and it's part of why we do things in kind of the broken up way that we do. So, we love this franchise. Always welcome improvements to what we're trying to do. So if you have a great idea, you can head on over to the Forza Motorsport forums, go to the Suggestion Hub or the Troubleshooting Hub. Put your idea in there in the story format. It's good enough. It might get changed.
First off, check if anybody else has put it in there already.
Yes, they do like to merge threads, which is not a bad thing.
Yeah. It's not. But if someone has put it in there already, go ahead and check it and upvote that one. Forgot what the word for upvote was there.
I mean, upvote? I don't know what else it could be. Oh, I think we are having a disconnect as well.
Yeah.
So about that final start, Guessing that was not accurate.
I guess it's because we didn't hit the 4-minute mark.
No, I don't think it's that.
Oh, well.
I don't know. Well, it crashed on the outlap. Amazing.
Oh, great.
Ay, ay, ay. Well, Stint 3 might start a little bit late, guys. And by Stint 3, I mean Stint 4. Because Stint 3 is definitely late.
Yep. I mean, it gives me more time to eat. I'm not complaining. As somebody who is doing Stint 4.
Same. Go ahead and smash that spectate button.
I have already.
I was only saying that because I didn't. Alright, here we go for what should be the last time. Right, here we go again. CBL to get things moving.
Yep.
Switch to Fine You because it's in second.
Shall set my camera on board with blackened.
Now almost done with my sandwich.
Nice.
What a fun day we're having here. Well, procedural things are always entertaining, but gotta do what we can here. Should get a race going in just a moment. D cars getting themselves into position. Set up the ticker while we wait. Change it to pit stops because we don't have intervals. Yep, look at all those dots. Quick grid preview once again. It's going to be Paproki, and Fainu, and Spooky, and Ku, and Bushbank. I just realized I can't actually see what I'm looking at. There we go. Next up is going to be Skitty, on stint number 2, Hi Cranky, CDL Mingles, BNX Zach the One. Not sure why Insanity's up there. ZR Cholin, F1R Sideways, JSR Blackened, ZR Benito, OSM Darius, Nitroya Freitas, TG Speed, LMP Ranger, W1 Wolf, R Sick, GT Duck. Our Arish, and our caboose is Insanity. 1 minute and 10 seconds until stint number 3 starts for the final time. We think. We hope. We assume. We wish. Less than a minute to go. Anticipation is murdering me. "20 seconds. "10 seconds. 3 seconds. And here we go. Slightly delayed start there from Pabroki, but we got there in the end. Up to Corbett Dunlop. And it is race start, with Pabroki getting a much cleaner start this time from Finew. Spooky just behind, still thinking he's going to get there for 4-turn Touch Rouge here. Slight wiggle again from Pabroki, but keeps it nice and tidy. Finew following, Spooky, Unku, Bushbank, Skitty, no changes for position. Into Touch Rouge for the first time. Your leader is the pole sitter for the stint, Pabroki.
There is a little bit of bumping and grinding going on back in GTs, but everybody's away cleanly.
And the lead has changed. Finew edges out in front of Pabroki.
Ooh.
I say that, but I think they are neck and neck still. So close that the leader ticker has not updated. Finew slots into
We
second
see a
position.
lead change going on in GT. Cholin getting the draft, running past Zach the One, going into the first chicane. Zach the One now under pressure from the 2 Ford GTs behind of Sideways and Blackened.
Taking a look at that GT fight, it is indeed the big BMW harangued by Fords, but Cholin in that Ferrari running away. Prediction is coming to fruition here.
Are they 4 wide behind? No, 3 wide.
Yeah. That's going to be Freitas, Darius, and Speed, I believe.
Yes.
So fighting. You don't want to be 3 wide, especially in those chicanes, and Freitas is going to be the last of the late breakers, takes the spot, carries on, and they mostly get it together further back. You're sick, has a great view of Wolf and Benito in front as they now try to get their act together. What a complete cluster of GT cars.
As Unku has also got past Spooky. And Bushgank is right on the rear of that.
Well, I was kind of hoping Unku was going to make some moves selfishly, because that's my car, but I wasn't expecting it to be that quickly. My goodness.
Skiddy's had an issue somewhere, because Skiddy's dropped back to 8th and off the back of the train already.
Yeah, Skiddy got wrecked in the first chicane.
Ah, right.
Right, well, Unku is going to hang on to 4th briefly there. Bushgank really starting to fight back on the outside coming into Arnage. Does get that almost complete, but does have to give up and slot back behind the Irishman. Now to Rubber to Golf we go. Finew from Pabroki, from Spooky, from Unku, from Bushbank. Frankie not too far back either, and then somewhat of a gap to Mengels and a big gap back to Skiddy. Unku going to get passed there by Bushbank. Bushgank, I should say. Porsche curves. And going to lead the first lap. It is going to be, by quite some distance, CBL Finew. Nicely done.
Indeed. As we still have a very, very hotly contested GT field further back.
Just taking a look here after that first coming out of the chicanes. Love that shot in virtual and real racing. It is anybody's game so far still in GT. Cholin just a tick ahead of Sideways and Blackened. Zach the One Kratos battling it out that we're riding on with right now. Zach going to run a little bit wide coming out of Corvette and almost gets
And
a little
Wolf
glued with
getting a
Kratos.
run on the, getting a run to catch up to both of them, going up the inside of Freitas here, going into
Wolf.
the Ford chicane.
Oh, Wolf almost made a
Baldy
2-for-1. Not going to like that with
makes
Freitas. He's going to maintain the 6th position in class there. He'll be furious, though. He just got shoved out of the way, bodily shoved out of the way. Not nice. You're sick now, contending with Benito and
Freitas
Heures.
tried sticking it on the outside there and gave Zach the bump to be able to stay ahead of Wolf.
I'm just now imagining Zach the one as a fighter pilot, just calm, cool, and collected. Sick gets around the outside, passed by Benito on the throttle within the track limits. That was pretty impressive.
That's a clean move.
He's maybe calming down just a little bit in GT, but we'll move forward to Zach because he has a Wolf right on his behind. Getting a little help through Touch of Rouge there. Zach. And we got
And
some early
Darius is
pitters in
still-
the form of Duck and Ranger. Go ahead, Quasar.
Darius is still right on the back of this as well.
Yeah,
So
you don't want to
any
count
of
out
the-
Darius.
Any of these three make a mistake, and Darius will have the chance to get past them.
Just a quick accounting note, there are 2 Dariuses that we could be referring to at any given time. ZR Darius and OSM Darius. We are this time, of course, to OSM Darius, who goes very wide in the first chicane, has to cut the middle, and loses a ton of time. That's going to allow speed to go around the outside on the exit, but because Corvette, he will not be able to complete that maneuver. Awkwardly side by side for the whole straight.
That Corvette really lacks top end compared to the Ford GT, from the looks of it.
Yeah, I mean, that could just be a setup choice as well. I know most of the GT cars are going to want to run max min aero. I know that's how they were tested for the most part.
I know
In the Ford, but
from what I've been told, the Ford GT is not max min.
I remain unconvinced, but I'm just going to take your word for it.
That's what I've been told, but
A little bit of changes up in the prototype field. Unku has now fallen down to 8th and last in class. Not entirely sure why. No damage, perhaps simply getting outdriven or shoved. But regardless, the outcome is the same. Find you still ahead of Spooky now in 2nd position, who is side by side with Paproki into the Porsche curves. That's brave. Big wiggle for Paproki, my goodness, and Spooky is going to take that spot.
yep. And Cranky's right there. Almost being able to capitalize on that mistake from Paproki as well.
I remember Cranky started at the back of this stint, courtesy of a rough stint 1 for his team car, all the way up, passing 4 people.
Started 7th, already
Go
up to
for
4th.
Paproki here on the inside into Ford, and easily takes that position. Oh, big wiggle from Cranky. He's using a more extreme version of the setup that I have, and it is a handful. We can see it sliding all over the place. So it's now Find You from Spooky from Cranky, then Paproki, Bushbank, the other cars in contact, and Engels just hanging on.
As further back, we've got Darius running up alongside Zach the One, heading towards Porsche curves now as well. We've got a replication of what's just happened.
If there was ever a GT car I didn't want to be next to, it's the M8 because it is a big boy. It needs lots of room, and there really isn't much room there. So Zach, I think, wisely may have bailed out of that.
Yeah. But that puts Benito right onto the back of these two again.
See, the trick, Quasar, is to make sure that everybody knows that you're not going to yield, but also not quite to the point where they don't give you any room. Just want to put a little fear of God in them. Got some pitters as well. That's going to be Zach and Sick diving in for their first pit stops. Everybody else staying out so far, other than the 2 that pitted earlier.
And
Change
Speed
for
makes
second.
a mistake coming out of the Porsche chicanes there. Darius getting the run past.
This is
Just clean mirror signal maneuver.
I think this is just going to be the theme of the race here. Constant positional swaps between these couple of teams until they get broken up on either pit cycle or just draft or whatever. It's going to be a long day in the GT pits.
As back up in the prototypes, Cranky has passed Paproki and is now setting about Spooky. And Skiddy's caught up to the back of the train.
Yeah, well, while these guys are fighting, even though Skiddy with himself. He didn't have to
Yeah.
compromise his lines in the brakes. He hasn't had to deal with GT cars yet, so it makes complete and utter sense for him to catch back up.
It's helped
Plus, he's just faster.
drag Unku back up as well to an extent.
Yeah, Unku's hanging in there. Still some clear nighttime distance between 7th and 8th, but he'll catch back up. Catch back up, right? It's my teammate.
Oh. A side change for the lead in GT. Sideways has got past Cholin going through the first chicane.
That is not an easy thing to do. Cholin, however, is going to immediately fight back on the Ford.
Indeed.
Takes that position relatively easily. He's going to try to do the cross back over. Not quite clear yet. This is going to give Sideways the easy opportunity to come back on the inside into the second chicane, and he is going to do so with aplomb. Side by side still, though. Now the preferred line goes to Cholin. Now it goes back to Sideways, and it's still even coming out.
Yep. Sideways having to take a little bit of a evasive maneuver there to not crash into the side of Cholin, having lost the rear end a little bit there.
Cholin's going to go ahead and take the early edge here in this battle, approaching S's to Indianapolis. By that I mean Virage de Mulsanne. Heavy on the braking, and a very concerted effort from Sideways to keep it clean and get a better run out. Sees him now alongside.
In prototypes. The two CBL cars coming in for their first stops.
I think those guys must have planned ahead.
Must have. That was very, very easily, well timed with each other.
Well, it's
But
important
that
to have a friend
Spooky
draft.
into the put Spooky into the lead of prototype at the minute then.
That should cycle itself back through in about 10-15 minutes or so, but right now we're still on board with GT as they are still side by side, Sideways and Cholin. Sideways' car very straight, Cholin's car, well, also very straight. Now we're approaching Arnage. Pretty straightforward corner, you just brake late, get it slowed down, turn right, gas it out. Now we go through Buisson. Cholin Sideways. Wolf, a little bit of a ways back, probably about 1-2 seconds. Black into hot on his tail. Kratos still with striking distance. Speed Benito, a little bit spread out. Darius
Whoa! What a move from Cranky!
Oh, here I am thinking it's something
Later onto the
GT.
brake, going into the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight, up the inside of Spooky, just clean, made it to the apex first, got good drive out, kept the position.
So the thing is, though, can he keep it? Because not only does he have one car behind, he's got two. So if Spooky and Proproki think this through, they might be able to make things happen. Frankie's still
a little bit
in
hot
the
into
lead,
the
coming out.
second chicane there.
Spooky and Proproki still lurking. Don't typically see three prototypes together after 15 minutes at Le Mans, but here we are. Proproki choosing to go it alone.
And
They're thinking about three wide.
He'd closing that gap to them as well, having got past Bushgank. So this might soon be a 4-car battle. Actually, 5-car battle.
Corner.
Bushgank on the back of Skiddy.
Spooky's going to keep that throttle pinned, but Cranky is still there. It is anyone's game right now. Spooky just has the edge, but he has no help. Proproki choosing to draft with Cranky allows him to surge back by, but now on the outside of the corner leading up to Indianapolis. That is a dangerous place to be. Spooky makes one mistake, they're all dead.
But very
Whoa, what a chop from Cranky.
Commitment. What a level of commitment from Cranky there.
That is definitely allowing Skiddy and Bushgank to catch back up, because the more these guys fight, the slower they go.
Proproki poking those up the inside there.
Thing is, though, Cranky really is going to struggle to get away because he has no one to draft off. They have to battle so hard for Cranky to pull away. Heading into the Porsche curves, Cranky ahead of Spooky. Proproki's still there on the inside, makes a big wiggle, and I think Proproki just crashed almost. Wow, he saved it, okay. Goes for a little bit of a trip through the gravel, but lives to fight on. That could have been very scary. Skiddy now takes third position from Bushgank still. Spooky now about 8 or 9 car lengths back off of Cranky, who is going to lead a lap uncontested for the first time in this race.
And it does look like Cranky has the speed to be able to pull away from Spooky here. Be able to break that draft coming around to the back straight.
Speaking of speed, my goodness, Skiddy just absolutely sucked right up to Spooky there. Much braver through the chicanes. Again, with that low slung rear setup. Again, a little bit of light contact front to rear there for second place. Starting to drop Bush Gank. Well, I think we can truly now say that Cranky is definitely the leader. Sideways now has
Indeed.
a sizable gap because where did the car go? They pitted.
Cholin
pitted. As did Sick, as did Benito.
Yep.
Sideways with no help ahead of Wolf and Blackened, who do have help.
Freightus not far behind those two as well.
So close, I didn't even see him there, my goodness.
In fact, not far behind. He's on the back of them now. And then we've got Speed and OSM Darius. 2 wide behind them going into Indianapolis. That's quite brave.
I mean, is it brave or is it risky at this point? It's so early in the stint. Why are you going for these crazy moves?
Both.
Well, the answer to my question, I'll phrase another question. If you know you were faster, would you risk it for the biscuit early like this, or would you be content to hang around for just a little bit, maybe get some draft, and then try to make your way by?
It depends on how much faster.
I don't know, call it a second a lap, just for comparison's sake.
A second a lap around here, you're just sitting behind. But if you're coming up behind someone and you're 2-3 second delta on them, you will want to get past them as quick as possible.
See, that's kind of what I was thinking as well, but the only difference, if it's like really, really close to a pit cycle, I wouldn't even worry about it even if I'm 2 seconds faster, because I'm pitting anyway. What does it matter? Blacking got way out of shape there in the
every
chicane.
lap foot.
It's going to allow Wolf a little bit of breathing room, at least for the next 30 or so seconds. Freitas still right on the back of that Ford GT. Not really noticing any undue characteristics of any of the cars here. Everybody seems to be behaving themselves.
Spooky trying to have a look to get back past Skiddy. Not happening there though, unfortunately.
Should get a pretty big run though. This is a decently long straight into the Porsche curves. And you can upset the car in front just a little bit. Now, this is an all-wheel drive Toyota. It's very planted. But you can feel it a little bit when somebody's behind you.
Spooky hitting the AstroTurf there, getting it sideways coming into the Porsche curves.
I don't think he even lifted, though. He just kept his foot in the gas and maybe lost a little bit of time, but it's going to continue to stay very, very close to Skiddy, easily within draft range. Should catch you right back up on to the first game.
But yeah, so we will be seeing Cranky come into the pits next time round. Maybe get 2 more, but it would be stretching it.
Thinking that some people loaded in with low fuel.
Skiddy and Spooky comfortably going to get 2 laps. Same with Bushgank. Poproki will get even more than that. Poproki's the outlier here.
Yeah, now that could also kind of affect the way that the initial pace is happening, because as we mentioned last stint, the Toyota really does benefit from a lower fuel load for pace. It's a very, very heavy amount of fuel in that car. But by virtue of front-loading it, you can run low fuel at the end. So there's kind of a calculus there of when do you take your pain. And if you're starting at the back, I mean, you might as well go for low fuel and try to get up front, because theoretically you can just do it again.
Oh, my audio has gone. Nice.
It's always good. Well, still,
but no, I have the opposite train of thought, actually.
Start on the heavy fuel at the back?
If you're at the back, start on the heavy fuel, because you'll have the slipstream to be able to keep you in there.
So I kind of did that in my lobby. I started on full fuel, partially because I didn't actually think through strategy. But it did kind of work out, because I was able to get clean track for a while, and then as you come out around roughly the same people. And then when they're on low fuel, they catch you on high fuel, and you kind of waste all their pace advantage, because they have to deal with passing you, which is not always easy. So you can kind of game it a little bit just to try to manipulate what your competitors have to do.
Oh no.
That's going to be Cholin!
Oh
no!
Cholin, no.
Cholin was most likely going to be either the leader or second place once that pit cycle completed, but I guess we will not know because he is gone. 4-1 out for Cholin. Very unfortunate. Really nice driver. But
Yeah.
it sucks.
As we see, the leaders have approached the back of the pitted group, we'll call it, of the GT field.
I'm thinking Cranky is going to be able to clear most of these guys before getting up to Indianapolis, but you might have to take a little evasive action on the
Yep.
apex. If I'm smart, I'm going to not try to make that pass, and then he does it anyway. Excellent.
Skiddy will be catching them through the middle here, so Skiddy will lose time.
Yeah, he's gonna be compromised a little bit going into Arnage, or he'll
Yep.
just pass both of them as they run into each other. That worked pretty well for Skiddy.
Yep.
Oh, tire wall! One of the Ferraris at the tire wall. I think that was Benito.
Oh no.
Benito has pulled a
Yeah.
Roadrunner. Damage. Front left. Destroyed. So a 1-2 gut punch for the Zephyrus team, and not having a great start to stint number 3 in B lobby today. Oh, that sucks.
But
I mean,
no,
the good news
I
is,
can see
like,
why.
he's not going to
I
need to
can
make
see
an
why
extra pit.
High Cranky went for the move going into the right-hander there, the fast right-hander.
Just
Because
didn't
if he
feel it.
hadn't and had been stuck behind them through there and then gone for it in the braking zone, Skiddy would have been much closer. And Cranky's coming for his first stop.
Got another disconnect happening here. I'm wondering if that's going to be the other ZR car calling today. And it's blackened.
No, it's blackened.
Oh man, dropping like flies. DNF from the pit lane. That tells me, excuse me, that tells me that may have been a quit out. We'll find out. But if you are a driver who disconnected,
Or a game crash.
I'd like to explain, please hop in the interview queue. We'd love to hear from you, see what may have gone on there. Get your thoughts on how the race is going. Currently riding on board with just Unku riding in the 5th position. A little bit by their lonesome, some distance off behind Proproki. Prototype's getting relatively spread out now. GT, it's still Slideways, who has not pit.
Right.
Then Wolf, several seconds back. Radus, a couple seconds back. Darius, about a second back off of them.
Time to see where Cranky comes out in relation to Feinu.
Well, Cranky's already out.
Comfortable margin ahead.
Yeah, a couple seconds.
3 seconds or so. 2 seconds.
And that's honestly about right for this point in the race. Fine, you and Cranky, I think they're pretty comparable of a one-lap pace. I haven't really seen Fine You race too much for a whole stint, so I'm not entirely sure what to expect on that front. But we know Cranky is a very competent, strong driver. And just looking at the map here, we might get to see some sketchy Proto on GT action at the end of this lap, as TNR Skiddy, our current race leader, has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dots to deal with that have pitted.
Maybe from Poproki, but I believe Skiddy will be coming in at the end of this lap. Yes, indeed.
So if he does catch them,
Skiddy.
he'll have to do it again. If he doesn't catch them, well, he'll only have to do it once. So this actually works out pretty nicely for Skiddy.
Skiddy, Spooky, Bush Gang will all need to pit at the end of this lap. Poproki has enough fuel for this and one more.
And he might just go in to equalize, though.
Unku will have to come in at the end of this lap.
Yeah, I think Unku loaded in with 7 laps of fuel, so that does make sense.
And we see Cranky did not full fuel his car. Cranky put 90% of fuel in.
I think really the only reason to full fuel is just to run long. That way, if you have an incident later in the race, it doesn't compromise you too much. Something I always
There's a chance
encourage
to
my
run
drivers
9
to do.
laps.
Just load it up, get as far as you can, and then worry about strategy.
Yeah. There's the chance to be able to run 9 laps on a full tank.
I mean, it'd be pretty hard. You'd have to lift a lot.
Not a crazy amount, actually. And especially if you're in a battle with other people, you'll be braking earlier, you'll be lifting off to set up different runs, all that sort of thing, and it'll pretty comfortably give you the fuel back.
And if you're by yourself,
As we
though, I
see the
wouldn't risk it.
GT leaders coming in.
It's going to be Sideways, Wolf, Freitas. Darius is going to stay out and then inherit the lead. He isn't that far
Wait.
off, though, only about 6 or 7 seconds.
With that insane fuel tank in the Corvette.
So that's going to be everybody's now pitted once, with the exception of Benito pitting twice and Darius 0 times. All of
And
the prototypes
Paproki's not
pitted.
pitting.
You're
Paproki's running the extra lap.
excellent pit analyst here, Quasar. Well played, well played. So Paproki is going to inherit the lead. Will likely lose it at the end of this lap, though. But by virtue of having low fuel, he'll be real fast. He's also got relatively clear track because there's only one GT car there, and he'll get him on a straight, so it won't impact him at all. Pretty good
Yeah,
opening salvo there.
I was about to say, I believe it'll be through the exit of Tech Rouge.
Yep. Get a nice draft and then zip on through.
And we've got Skiddy just coming out behind Cranky after getting up to speed into turn 2. They are neck and neck right now.
Skiddy is going to have his
Have you
work cut
seen
out
the
for him.
lap
Oh, wow, that was
traffic?
brave. Around the outside of the GT car, around the outside of Dunlop curb, that is a brave maneuver. Right up to the
Skiddy's
back.
holding
He
up on
gets-
the overtake.
Yeah, pass in Tetra Rouge!
Oh.
What?
Cranky got sideways on entry there.
That was risky, because if Cranky had
Gave
switched to
Skid-
the right, it would have been game over for Skiddy.
Yeah. Great bit of instinctive driving though to see that mistake, recognize that it wouldn't happen
Well,
as soon as you saw the left little flick and go for it.
I feel like half the battle with these races is just knowing when to send it and when to be patient.
Yep.
So,
As we see, did he get held up there? Cranky.
whoa, big crash!
Oh.
Dead cars. That's going to be Spooky and
Multiple
Cranky.
dead cars.
I think there was a GT car involved as well, but oh my god, that's a very bad place to stop. I don't know if he can move.
My eye, Spooky.
Oh, he just got run into by a GT car. That was Duck. Oh my goodness, what happened there? We saw it in the background, but what caused that?
I
Spooky's
don't know.
destroyed, Cranky is destroyed, Mangles also damaged.
Duck damaged.
Yeah, Duck ran into Cranky, he just ran out of room there. What in the
Yeah.
world? Insanity. No, okay, so it wasn't Insanity. So maybe Zach?
Yeah.
No? Okay.
No,
So
it was
Duck,
just Duck.
Duck ran into the stricken car of Cranky. I think Mangles
Duck,
and Spooky and Cranky
Duck,
were all involved in that
Mangles,
incident.
Spooky, Cranky, Bushgank
And Bush
all
King?
have damage.
Oh my
Yep.
gosh, that's half the field.
Half the prototype field has damage right now.
Wow. Well, if anybody is streaming their perspective or has a game clip, I would love to see that, and I'm sure the stewards will too. But man, we don't see big crashes like that very often.
I think it was definitely a chain reaction there. Because Skiddy wanted to go up the inside of the Ford GT, expecting it to drift wide coming out the first chicane. It then didn't, so Skiddy had to brake
Just got
and
run
go
over.
to the left. As Cranky was already committed to going to the left side of Skiddy, meaning that, and then Cranky had to respond to that, which meant he lost control, and then Spooky just got caught out being so close behind, and then basically the entire track was blocked, which is not the most ideal situations.
Ay, ay, ay.
Also, Paproki got exploded by the curbs.
So of
Oh,
the
that's
8
so unfortunate.
So of the 8 prototype cars, 5 of them had issues on the same lap.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
that's so unfortunate for Paproki because he was in a really good position after that as well. It would have put him out in second.
Now what that's going to do is it's going to require Paproki to take more fuel on a pit stop. Why? Because he already pitted. So his entire strategy probably just exploded right there.
No, that was Paproki's first pit stop.
All right,
He
I'm now
exploded.
0 for 14.
Because Paproki got the extra lap in fuel, starting on a 100% tank. So was able to run that extra lap, which means he avoided all of that chaos to only then unfortunately get exploded on a curb.
Well, Should we breathe now? Should we dare take a breath?
Yes.
Cranky is also still not in the pits. He's only just now getting in Porsche curves, losing a huge amount of time here.
Yeah.
Many miles.
His car is completely gone.
Well, I mean, getting pile driven several times will have a negative impact on
The
relative
only
time of
thing
the
with
car.
no damage is his rear right suspension and brake. Everything else is damaged.
Well, fortunately, the way you set this car up, most of the power does go to the rear wheels, so that may explain why he's able to keep
Yeah.
moving. But while this has all been going on, Sideways now has a several second lead over Wolf and Freitas, who are in turn just ahead of
Daria.
Osum Darius. PTG Speed is a further few seconds back. LMP Insanity, and then a small gap to Zach the 1. Parrish just behind Zach. About
The
a
two big boys
third
next to
to
each other.
40% of the straight back from Arish is Sick, who is in turn well ahead of Benito, and then Sick, Benito, Ranger, and Duck have all pitted twice. Duck for that damage, Ranger,
Oh,
Benito, and
yeah.
Sick for strategic reasons. But-
Being the unfortunate GT casualty in that LMP crash.
I mean, is he really a casualty, or is he just a victim at that point? 'Cause, I mean,
Victim,
technically
probably.
both, but I feel like he was victimized there.
Yeah.
Alright, Cranky has finally made it into the pit lane.
Yeah.
I'm sure the COIR Discord is blowing up with messages right about now. That's where ZR guys reside. One place for Spanish-speaking Forza drivers. So,
I have forgotten
Ski, Fine You,
Any and all
Unku.
Spanish I've ever learned. I will not lie.
Yo entiendo un poquito. Anyway, everything's getting a little spread out now, so we're now going to waffle on until something happens once again.
Yeah, so we have what? Let's work out the gaps roughly. We have Skiddy with about 8 or 9 seconds over Feinu. Unku is a further 11-ish seconds back. And then we have a very long gap back to Poproki.
Now we're in kind of that strange part in the race where everyone's kind of doing their own thing. I think what we can monitor for entertainment value is people catching GT cars in slow corners. So let's ride along with Bushgank as he tries to navigate some slow GT traffic through the exit of Porsche curves into karting. This is very, very sketchy. Huge amount of speed here. Wiggle, wiggle, goes to the left. GT car starts to wash out, and very nicely done.
Then we have a battle to hop on behind between Benito and Ranger. Ranger is closing up onto the back of the ZR car here.
I was about to say the Scarlet Ferrari, but no, it's a blue Ferrari.
Yeah. It's the not Ferrari.
The Nart, yes.
Yeah.
Back when politics and racing were inextricably linked.
And then Ferrari almost ditched the red. Actually, we've got an even closer battle. Darius has caught up to Freitas here.
I was gonna say,
As
I'm
we,
not really convinced Ranger's making any inroads there.
It's slow inroads, okay? It has been inroads, though.
Just taking a look at live timing here, and I noticed there's some sort of an error occurring, so we're gonna try to resolve that. And I found it. Somebody put thing in the wrong
I will
column.
keep tabs on... I will keep tabs on the other battle going on at the minute.
So while we ride on board with these guys here, real quick, after stints 1 and 2,
there.
we'll bring you the standings,
Correct.
the actual standings. So realize that also happens there.
Arash getting on by Zach the One with a... Clearly has more top speed in that BMW tune versus the VNX tune. Just got the draft, pulled up alongside, and then cruised on by. There was no coming back from Zach the One there.
Yeah, I mean, Zach will stick it out as best he can usually, but he knows when to just embrace his loss. So currently leading the race overall with a cumulative distance through Stint 2 of 481.1 miles is SDW Proto Team. Second place, Floppa R. Third, Jap Speed at number 63. Rest of the top 10, VRBDF, SDW Proto, LDAC Esports B, TNR Team Hearts, HYR Esports, Zephyr Xantus, and Sovereign Racing 2. In the GT category, currently leading the race with 414.49 miles is VER Horse Kick 2.0, ahead of Jap Speed number 61, EXR Resurrected, NDL Black, Vanadix Esports, F1R Ford GT, SDW Fraud GT, TNR Team Aces, NDL Scuderia Ferrari, and Zephyrus Corsa. So there's your update. You do now have some penalties to apply in the form of people who did stuff late. So we're going to put those in now.
Big up the Sovereign car.
Yeah, they're doing a great job so far.
Yeah.
So 4 teams are going to receive a 10,000-foot penalty for submitting stints late, and 2 teams receiving a 2,500-foot penalty for doing livery inspection late and or wrong. So nothing I just said is going to be impacted by that. It's all in the GT class way down the field, but definitely not a great way to start the race for them. Back on the track as opposed to on the leaderboard, we are going to investigate what is going on in prototypes. Skiddy still a country mile ahead of just Unku now in second. CBL Find You, having pitted from second, goes to third place. Paproki, 4th position with only 1 pit, so way behind Find You on merit there. Bushgank pitted twice, a considerable distance behind Paproki. Angle's only a few seconds back.
Everyone 5th through 8th
Cranky
has been into the pits twice because of damage.
Yeah, I mean, they'll come back a little bit towards the end of the race, but, oh man, just Spooky and Cranky is losing so much time. I mean, Cranky might even get lapped at this point by Skiddy. Which I really don't want to see that.
So much time lost from them, which is so unfortunate.
But that's endurance racing. You can do everything right and still just get clobbered by a GT car. Or another prototype.
A little bit of a bump from Aresh, but let Zach keep the place. Very difficult to gauge when you're going that close into the Ford chicanes.
So what happens when you put a big mate next to a big mate?
Yep.
You get the M64.
And Freitas and Darius have closed up on Wolf here for second in GT.
You know, I just made a really good joke and scared. The mate squared.
Oh god.
Anyway.
The M64.
Yes.
One of the worst motorways in the UK, if I'm remembering the M64 correctly.
Having not been to the UK, I have no thoughts on this.
Don't worry about it.
All right, so we've got Ford from Ferrari, from Corvette, and then I think that's Spooky there catching up to this little train. Oh yeah, in the number 29 car, gonna blast past the number 28 car. I love saying that, it's so silly. Wolf still leading that train for racing. So if New Wave Racing isn't new, should they become OWR, Old Wave Racing?
Oh, that's a good question.
We'll have to talk to Kev about that. So Wolf, right us on his tail, second chicane.
SWR's free again.
Your team boss has chimed in the chat, Stokey Joe, stating that Spooky did indeed crash into Cranky to start that hole. Let's go.
No, Cranky had hit the tire wall on the outside.
Oh.
And was coming back across the track, and Spooky ended up nailing Cranky after hitting the tire wall.
Okay. Additional details. Oh, we've got a clip. Well, that's handy to have. Thank you very kindly.
Oh, I will pull it up.
I know the tech exists to play these things together, but I don't have it, so...
Oh, yeah. Okay, I see what's meant now. Cranky hit the wall with the rear. It grabbed, threw him around a couple of times, and he just held the throttle and tried to pin it back towards the wall. And Spooky had committed to to going between Cranky and the wall,
And that was that. Oh,
and
yep.
then yeah,
Death. Well, we almost saw a pass for position there between Freitas and Wolf, but then Freitas just ran out of time.
indeed.
Sideways still absolutely checked out now over these guys. He's got almost the entirety of the run-up from Mulsanne to Porsche there. Good 6 or 7 seconds. You know, actually, we can figure this out. We'll count once he crosses the line, shall we? Or once the camera changes again.
One of the others.
Actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 7.5 seconds. First and second right now.
Right, yeah.
Now, there's just something right about seeing a Ferrari blast around Le Mans. And there's the running
Yeah,
joke
there is.
that, well, it's not really a running joke. For quite a while during the LMP1 era of Le Mans, a Ferrari 458 would invariably wind up absolutely annihilating a Toyota LMP1 car.
Yep, true.
It hasn't happened yet in this lobby. I can almost guarantee you, just by the quantity of how many there are, it's gonna happen at some point. And we've got some pitters going on, Speed, Insanity, and Zach ducking in.
Yep.
It's gonna allow Darius to get right up to the back of Freitas now. Where did he come from? He was way back. But now he's right there.
Oh, Darius got a good run through a section then.
Absolutely did, yeah. Some good driving has occurred to allow this to happen.
We have Skiddy be able to make it 2 more laps on fuel. We have Unku, who will be going 1 more lap on fuel.
Yeah, I think Unku is going to go
with
with the 6 laps
the
now.
large offset. Poproki still hanging with Feinu.
Well, I think once Unku pits, he'll be relatively close to Feinu, excuse me, and Poproki. Lose a ton of time.
I think it'll come out somewhere between Poproki and Bushgang. In that, in fact, we'll find out.
Yeah, Unku's going in.
But yeah, Poproki and Feinu are on very similar levels of fuel, so those two will be running together until the next pit stop.
They stay out. Okay. So where is Unku going to come out? You think it's going to be right about where Feinu is? I think that is probably going to be the case, but Unku's just now going to do the pit stall.
I think it'll be halfway between Poproki and Bushgang.
Yep, alright, so I'm now 0 for 15. I have been keeping track. My goodness. What are you doing here?
But yes, both Feinu and Poproki have just over half a tank left.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Halfway between. Well played. Alright, well, it looks like we're going to get some spicy Proto on GT action here, as TNR Skiddy going through the second chicane is going to come up to a 4 GT. That's Sanity. Let's see if I'm right. Oh my god, I was right about something. Let's go.
Nice.
ETG speed.
I was
down the
once
next
again
victim.
using my my hard and fast rough rule to work out where it would come out.
If it works, right?
Yeah.
I still want to know how the PPG
no.
guys put the 4GT on the side of the 4GT. Somebody's disconnected. Let's see who it is. It's Benito.
Benito. Unfortunate.
Rough day at the office for Zephyrus.
Yeah.
Only 1 bullet left in this metaphorical gun, and it's
Oh, as
perhaps
we see
not
Ranger and EBT Duck. Sorry. Like, is there an EBTE?
Technically no, but a lot of the EBTE guys are EBT. They just add the esports to the abbreviation.
Yeah. That's what confuses me.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they chose to do it that way, but that's just how they did it. Also not sure what
Yep.
EBT stands for, unless it's like Esports Brazil Team.
Oh,
which would make sense.
esports Brazil team esports.
Or, I don't know.
As Pop Roki has made it past Feinu. We see Feinu coming up, using that slipstream, going to the outside, heading towards Indianapolis. Lifting off and slotting in behind again. Smart decision.
He's not really racing Paproki at this point, is he? He's got a whole pit stop on him.
Yeah. But
No point.
Feinu is racing Skiddy, however. Skiddy, I think, is a fair chunk up the road from these two.
Yeah, I
Just
mean, Skiddy's got
once again,
easily
hard
a
and
full pit
fast
stop.
ruling.
Cranky has now gone a lap down by virtue of pitting for the third time to Skiddy's once. So he's not really a lap down, but he's definitely not going to be happy about that.
Alright, let's see where Aresh comes out.
That leaves only 3 GT cars having not pitted. That's going to be Sideways, Wolf, and Darius, who are coincidentally running 1, 2, 3.
Aresh has built a fair old gap over Zach in this time round.
Yeah, but he's going to have to deal with cold tires now, and he doesn't have a drafting buddy. But then again, Zach doesn't have a drafting buddy either. So
Yeah,
that gap may be
Aresh has been able to, in the clear air, with both of them running in clear air, build up a couple of second margin. But we will more than likely be seeing Skiddy come in at the end of this lap. Roki and Feinu both still on about 40% fuel, so
they get another 3 laps then.
3 or 4 more laps.
I think the Toyota uses like 11.5% per lap.
Somewhere around
like
there,
that.
yeah.
And that's if you're not saving or drafting.
has a small amount of engine damage as well, I've just noticed. And so does Skiddy. Skiddy has 0.5% of engine damage.
I think if it's like 0.5% or less, you can pretty safely get away with just ignoring it. But once you start getting like 1, 2, 3%, it's really not worth staying out, because you're going to lose so much time. It's like, just look at the track. There are how many straights here? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 straights. It's just not worth it.
I think we will be seeing Sideways and Wolf in this lap, with, I believe, Darius will be able to go 1 more. If he so chooses.
And if I'm Darius, I'm pitting with Wolf, because I want that draft. Although, having said that, he's too far back. You might as well stay out then.
Just slightly too far off the back of Wolf to be getting any draft.
Just embrace the low fuel, run while you can.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, coming
embrace
just over
low fuel,
halfway.
do the in-lap of your dreams, and hope.
We're now over halfway through the stint number 3, which means it is almost 5 hours of clock time since we started. Probably a little more than 5 because of how delayed we were here. Quite a ways to go. 9 stints after this, each 2 hours, that's 18 hours. I think we counted it up before we started, and before we added the additional streams today, we were at 100 hours of streaming planned. 100 hours.
Oh my lord.
A lot.
But here we are, we have Skiddy into the pit lane. Also took a bit of transmission damage there. But I think that's just general pit entry in this.
Yeah, I think the trans damage is not actually there. I think that's just a holdover bug.
Yeah.
Yeah, we called that absolutely perfectly. Darius did stay out, and Sideways and Wolf ducked in. So Darius, the only driver who is still got a pit. Brokey as well, the only driver who still has to make their second stop in the prototype class. Might come in this time, might not. Find out.
Sideways will be well clear. And Wolf, I believe, will probably have about a second, maybe 2 on Freitas.
Coming out now. Alright, just got a full hit of steam. Gonna come down, 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 down. Yeah, about 1-2 seconds. I think you're right. You can see him in the same shot there, so just about 2 seconds between the 2 Ferraris. Very big gap back to Sick. About 7 or 8 seconds.
something happened to Arash at some point. Because Zach's now back ahead by a fair margin.
I mean, that could have just been getting held up in traffic, bad time with the prototype car, just
Yeah,
pit stop.
Arash came out on this pit stop about 2 seconds ahead of Zach, and Zach is now about 2 seconds ahead of Arash.
I mean, Heures doesn't have any damage, so that tells me he just made a mistake somewhere.
Yeah. Or maybe got unlucky with a prototype through Porsche curves or something. Got forced wide.
It's either that or Zach just had the absolute lap of his life. So Heures clearly made a mistake.
Just bung it on pole, casually.
Yeah. GT leader getting overtaken there by one of our prototypes. I believe that was Petroki. And the entire field almost is on the same straight. Look at that. But he's at the top of the map. Oh, I think we have a car stopped in a wall somewhere. Hold on. Who's that? 15th. That's PTG Speed. What happened to him? Big damage on the right front. So only way that could happen is if he ran into somebody or if he hit the right side wall on the first chicane.
Must have been that right side wall, judging from where the damage is and where we picked up the camera with him.
Guessing that's probably from the exit wall, or he could have gotten spun and then hit the wall. But either way, that's going to result in a hit
the wall on the inside at entry.
Yeah, and then just bounced it off to the left.
And then bounced off into the gravel trap on the left there, yeah.
I mean, the engine is clearly not affected. That car is just going to be on the front, so he's definitely going to be pitting this time.
Yeah.
Because of the GT cars, how big their fuel tank are, that's really not going to impact his strategy all that much. He'll just probably need to take a much lighter fuel stop at the end if he's doing the traditional full run.
Yeah.
So not the end of the world for Speed. Definitely going to lose about 30 seconds or so making it back.
As we saw Bushgank just zipping by there, slowly closing the gap on Unku.
I know Unku wasn't
definitely less than it was before.
Yeah, Unku was not very confident in their pace for this car. I mean, they're still doing a good job, but the killer instinct perhaps is not there as compared to Cadillac from ASCC that they were very comfortable with. You just kind of, we'll ride on board with Unku for a couple corners and then go back to Bushgank. You can see Unku just a little bit wider there, not quite extending all the way. Just playing it very safe. And, you know, sometimes that's what you got to do. If you're not feeling it, just be careful. Don't go too crazy.
Cranky got curbed.
Again?
Oh, this is a really rough day for the ZR boys.
Oh my goodness, Cranky, what are you doing, man?
We've got 45 minutes, roughly. He will have to stop again.
Yeah, I mean, you can do, what, I think you said 9 laps maximum. That's going to be
9 laps maximum.
30 minutes. So he'll be about 14 minutes short on fuel. So yeah, he's going to have to pit again.
9 laps is with fuel saving. If you're just running in free air.
Yeah, there's no reason to fuel save at this point. He knows he has to stop anyway, so...
Not a crazy fuel save, but it is a fuel save.
It's enough to where, like, you know what's going to happen.
We see Darius
as well.
Darius with that overlap. I think went 2 more laps than Freitas. Has jumped Wolf and Freitas in that pit cycle.
Things do be happening here. Track? Yeah. It's going to take a moment here to go ahead and update things. It's like some drivers are swapping around. So if you're wondering what we're talking about of, oh, drivers are swapping, or oh, we're updating things, in the TORA Discord, there's a post in the Mulsanne 24 Forum 2025 channel entitled Race Control. Any driver who's switching stints needs to post there so the hosts know who to invite, so we know who's racing. If you don't do it, well, you can't drive. It's kind of a bad thing to not do that.
Yep. We've had someone not submit their 107% time already this race. And then
there were a couple that did that, unfortunately.
I believe two of them were in the same car, but one pulled out and one joined to do a stint, and then people very quickly realized that they couldn't. So they managed to get a substitute in for that car.
Yeah, I mean, there's been always a little bit of debate within TORA staff of should it be an hour before your stint, should it be an hour before the race, should it be the day before, should it be qualifying? There's a lot of different thoughts on this.
An hour before the race is plenty enough time, I think.
Yeah, I think the reason we went with an hour before the race was just so there's one less thing for us to monitor during the race. Because,
yeah.
It's just another post to keep track of.
But we will be seeing Poproki and probably Feinu coming into the pits this time round.
Alright, well,
so
let's
that
go
will
ahead
drop
and take a
them
look
back.
at Feinu. Now, I gotta say, we haven't really talked too much about this livery, but I love the design on this CBL car. It's very sleek.
Both the CBL cars look great.
Well, I mean, when your team name involves cheeseburger, there's a good chance it's going to be at least entertaining, if not artistic.
And it looks like Poproki will come out right around Meng. Come out right next to the second of the CBL cars.
Isn't that for Proki? Okay, he's in the pits now and Meng's behind. Okay.
Yeah.
I think what we just witnessed was I saw without seeing. I heard without hearing.
Ah.
This is going to promote Unku back up into second on the road, so likely third on merit then, because Vane made that third pit stop.
Never mind, Mengels will be coming in as well. Getting the slight advanced pit warning from the natural delay of things, but...
Yeah, I kind of like having that just because it gives you a really good indicator. But I also kind of don't because it takes away the element of surprise when you're broadcasting.
It does. It makes life a little easier for commentating, though.
It is a little funny to just watch a car just instantly become not a car and become a ghost.
Yeah.
Just kind of takes suspension of disbelief.
We see Spooky coming in to serve their third stop as well. Ranger, I believe, might need to give us another stop before the end of the race here, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, it's probably just a fuel. Although, well, what car's he in? The Ferrari?
Yes.
I think the Ferrari has one of the smaller fuel tanks, so unless
it does.
I'm not sure that was a good idea, Ranger. But, I mean, 4 minutes a lap, 10 laps. How many laps can the Ferrari do on fuel, though? Is it 9?
I don't think it does 10. I don't think it hits double digits.
Well, maybe he knows something we don't.
I think it's either 9 or 8.
That could have been a damage pit, or it could have been like a I need to do something pit. I've done that before.
It could have been.
Things often go wrong during these races that have nothing to do with the race. For example, we've had fire alarms go off. Toilets fail.
Don't remind me.
There's been all kinds of weird stuff. Somebody had the
Don't remind me of fire alarms.
There was a fire truck outside. I once heard an ambulance and got up to look at it. You know, life happens.
Oh, the fire alarm just before Indy 500. That was
just sat there waiting while you incinerated.
Yep.
But you know what? Let's talk about super hot fire. HYR Freighta's still on the back of OSM Darius. And I think there is another car in there. Well, that's going to be NWR Wolf, a driver who I know nothing about. So if anybody happens to know what Wolf's previous gamertag was, please do tell us, because I'd love to know who that is. Great job here. Sideways, extending that lead to probably closer to 4 seconds now, up from the original 2. About a third or so of the straightaway involving a Mulsanne.
Skiddy has almost a full pit stop gap over Onku. That's just impressive.
I mean, I'm not that surprised. Skiddy is probably a driver who is capable of tangling it up with the A-lobby crowd, but for whatever reason,
probably.
That wasn't his reality today. Unku jumping in the pits. We should see them come out somewhere between Fainu and Bushgank, if I'm remembering the
Yeah,
math correctly.
I think probably 4 seconds in front of Bushgang, somewhere around there.
Everything
Possibly
seems to have
closer.
calmed down now. 3 stops in for speed because of that damage, and sick because I don't know why. 2 stops for everybody else, with GT getting a little spread out. Arish and Zach starting to tighten back up again. We can actually see Zach in the frame now with Arish, so Arish is going faster.
And Darius is still right on the back of Wolf here as they run
Sanity's
through
kind of
Porsche
no man's
curves.
land. Fredos is kind of with Darius, but it's really just follow the leader in GT right now. Oh, Darius is thinking about it. Opts to stick behind for the forward chicanes. And through Recordamo. Across the line we go. 56 minutes, 26 seconds left on the timer, so 36 minutes, 23 seconds now to go.
About 4 seconds between Unku and Bushgang here.
You are really good at this whole guessing the gap thing. I am impressed.
I eyeball it, and I developed the rule that I use for being able to gauge roughly where people will come out in terms of pit stops. Back in FM7, from doing Le Mans there, because it gave you a rough idea if you were battling for the lead of a stint. You saw the leader come in. It gave you a rough idea how close you were to the leader, and whether you had gained or lost time. And I've just used it ever since, to be honest.
You build up a lot of little mental tools over the years doing these races, between filling the gaps, knowing which drivers you want to trust or not trust. There's a lot of mental load that goes into this kind of stuff.
Knowing to never end up in the same lobby as you at Suzuka again.
You're referring to the 2019 race or the 2022 race?
The 22 race.
Yeah.
Where we had a battle for a solid 40 minutes.
That was the race. I think I shared the Lamborghini. Because neither of us could fill teams. Neither of us could drive the Lamborghini very well. But it was fun. We just couldn't get the tune.
I was in the McLaren that race.
Yeah, like the car, it felt fine. It was just slower than it should have been. We were a second off of where we should have been pace-wise. And then it was really, really hard to pass because it was understeering so bad at all times. Well, I think Fredas is catching these two here with Wolf and Wolf and Darius. He becoming through.
Yeah, with them starting to battle, it will bring them back towards.
So we're going to commit a cardinal sin of broadcasting, and that is that the guy controlling the camera is going to walk away from the camera. Starting to lose my voice here. I need a drink.
Oh, fair enough. I'm glad that I've got a drink next to me.
I think we're going to be kind to the old digestive system and get some plain iced tea. Peach iced tea, actually.
Hmm. Fair enough.
Options in my fridge.
But we see this train of 3 is still just sat. No gaps have really closed or opened here.
I think sometimes you just kind of need that calm moment during the race to recollect your thoughts and start to think about how you want to close it out. Is there a strategy you can use to get in with a different group to maybe get a different draft? Is there just raw pace? Is there somebody you don't like that you want to give a hard time? All these things go through the
Well,
driver.
I'm keeping tabs on the battle here between Bushgank and Unku. Bushgank is definitely closing this gap. As Freitas dives into the pit, has dove into the pit lane.
Yeah,
So that drops that battle back down to 2 cars.
I think Unku, Fine You, Paproki, they definitely profited from just not being incident.
Yeah.
But like that's only going to hold on for so long. It's like you're absolutely
Unku
right.
and
Bush Gank
Fine-
is right
Unku-
there behind Unku.
Unku and Fine You definitely did. Poproki got really unlucky with getting curb damage on his in-lap. So lost a lot of time. Because he did that. He did the full 9 laps that you're able to get out of this car. And then got that damage. The overcut ended up not being able to pay off. Lost so much time from it.
The sound of me not responding is the sound of me fixing data on the live timing.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, back to B
But
lobby.
we'll see.
21 minutes to go. Interview queue is very empty.
Wolf likely to come in this lap. Darius, I think, will be coming in this lap. Aresh likely to come in this lap. Sideways can probably run 1, maybe 2 more. And we see Unku and Bush Gang side by side.
Oh, Unku just a little bit too deep in the
Bushgank.
corner there. That's going to
Yeah.
give Bushgank the edge and straight by. But side draft is a very, very powerful mistress here.
The side draft's on the side of Unku here, having
Unku has
dropped
the preferred
behind.
line.
Bushgank has the preferred line in here for trying to overtake, to be honest.
So I mean, he made the overtake, so you're not wrong. But I think if you're on the outside, you can carry a smidge more speed and try to squeeze the person on the inside. The risk of doing that,
You
of
can
course,
try. You
is
can
you're
try
gonna
and
destroy someone.
squeeze the person on the inside, but the person on the inside ultimately dictates when they turn in
This is very
and when
true.
you can turn in. So if you're on the inside there, you can hold them way out wide until as late as possible, and then you can turn in yourself, and there is no comeuppance from that. You just can't get back at that.
All right, well, this is going to be kind of a restoration of things to the way they perhaps should have been earlier. But we're still owed a lot of pit stops in GT. I mean, all of these guys could make their final stop now and still easily make it to the end. But the top 3, the top 4, they owe us 2 stops. I hope they know it's 4.
I think Sideways can go 1. Wolf definitely cannot go another. Darius definitely cannot go another. Aresh definitely cannot go another.
Oh, we'll now watch with bated breath here and see what's going to happen. Sideways is going to be the first to get there.
Sideways
3,
can go
2,
1 more.
1. Stays out as predicted. Wolf next up on the draw.
Wolf has 2% fuel here.
And they're both going in.
Darius came in with 1.5%.
We might
Fresh
actually
is gonna
see
be
a
a-
position change in the pit lane there, because it looked like Darius, for whatever reason, was able to carry a smidge more speed going in. And indeed does actually go ahead and briefly get ahead. They're going to now swap back and forth
We'll
endlessly.
need to see what their gearing looks like.
Yeah, I'm still not sure if that actually matters or not, or if that
It
is just
does.
DLC. Does?
We established this testing for Indy, it really matters.
Right, so I'm going to talk to you after the race and see if we can iron that out. But here comes Arish. Arish is going to pit, so that means the only driver left to pit for the 3rd time
Yeah.
at least is Sideways.
And Sideways should be coming in at the end of this lap.
And is it just
Unless
me,
I'm-
or is he running the front very high in that car?
Yeah, all of the GT cars run really high fronts.
Just to avoid curb death?
No, more top speed.
Okay, that makes sense. Positive brake. I get it.
Yep.
Arish still in the pit lane there.
They're usually tuned to get as much top speed as possible without sacrificing too much around the corners.
Let's take a look at the
So-
fuel for Ranger. Yeah, no, he's pitting again.
Yeah.
56 left.
So the Corvette from OSM here isn't that extreme. The NWR Ferrari, that's a good example of what it's set up like.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely
The
tell the
front
front of
end
that car
is
is pointing up at the sky.
pointed upwards. The HYR car, less extreme, but similar.
I mean, you can barely even tell on the HYR car.
The VER car, yeah, less extreme, but similar.
I think VER's setup is more in the damping than it's the suspension.
Yeah. Same goes with the NWR car. Looks like damping over a suspension ride height adjustment.
LMP
The
Insanity's
VNX
car
car's
looks pretty
really,
normal.
the VNX car looks really flat. So that might be contributing to Zach's slight lack of top end compared to a Resh.
Yeah, I think the VNX guys are more focusing on raceability as opposed to just pure straight line.
Yep.
Considering they were pretty much by themselves for most of the race, it wasn't a bad call.
And Skiddy, I believe, will be coming in at the end of this lap.
Skiddy, of course, our leader. He's just been putting in laps, not really contested too much because of that earlier incident. He's got about a third of a lap over Paproki. Is on the same pit cycle. Paproki gonna lose a couple spots when they dive into the pits, probably come out just behind Unku. Skiddy, dominant performance here.
Yeah.
Skiddy might actually be able to pull off pitting without losing a lap, or without losing any
I
positions.
think somewhere halfway between Unku and Mengels
Or for Paproki, you mean.
for a Paproki, yeah.
Skiddy, though, pretty dominant stint. Lobby.
We'll be seeing Sideways coming into the pits here. 5.5% fuel as he exits Porsche curves. And there he goes.
Okay, race leader's in. And the other race leader, is he going to go in now, or is he going to keep it out there a little while longer?
He has
8%. He's got to come in.
Exiting Porsche curves.
Doesn't have a
He will be
choice.
going into the pit lane.
Yep, he's going in.
Yep.
So skibbity doo dah, skibbity yay. And the pits he goes. Brokey not going to inherit the lead, but crucially, Cranky might get his lap back. It's going to be tight, but he might.
He might.
Cranky's still absolutely flying there. I noticed he wasn't really losing any time to Skiddy, but he wasn't really gaining enough to perhaps unlap himself. Just, you gotta feel for Cranky. You gotta feel for him.
Yeah.
Oh, real loose there, my goodness.
You see, what concerns me is the amount of fuel Paproki still has.
In what way? And there's the fifth pit stop for Cranky.
Paproki has 41.5% fuel left coming through the Porsche curves.
So that'll be 4 laps then, roughly.
Still owes us 2 pit stops.
I mean, you could just double stack it. Just pit now, pit again, and then fuel up on the last one.
Yeah. But Paproki has been running until the tank is empty. And if he does that, he won't have enough time to get in. So he better realise that and come in a lap earlier.
I'm just imagining the drivers listening to us streaming here during the race and just hearing all of our insights, thinking, that's totally wrong, or you've got it. Just kind of funny to think about.
Yeah. As we see Paproki getting a bit sideways through there. Running both danger curbs.
Nice and tidy here between the two corners. I now have a proud sibling moment. Apparently my sister watched the stream for a few minutes. The one who doesn't enjoy racing. Gotta love it.
Indeed.
Jumping back to Unku as they pass a forward here. Back to Mangles as they go through a corner. Spooky's in the pit lane for the 4th and final time. Hopefully they take enough fuel. Gonna need to take all 8 laps of fuel, I think. Maybe 7 laps. 7 laps of fuel.
7 laps of fuel.
Sideways still a country distance ahead of 2nd place OSN Darius. WR Wolf just behind Darius. HYR Freitas just behind Wolf. R6 still a couple ways back, maybe about 5-6 seconds total, not too much. LP Insanity about the same margin behind. Then it is back to the chicane for Erish. Is ahead of now Zach, so that overtake happened and we didn't notice.
Yeah.
Zach to Duck is about a corner's worth of time. Duck to Speed, also about a corner's worth of time, and from Speed to Ranger is half straightaway.
I shall
Ranger,
be
of
back
course,
in a
having done
second.
4 pits already. Still not entirely sure what happened to Ranger there, because that was an uncharacteristic slow moment there. Either way. And if you are just tuning in, this is stint number 3 of 12 for the TORA 24 de Mulsanne, or 24 Hours of Mulsanne. And you can catch all the info at racetora.com, all of our socials, our Discord, and our website. And you can find us on in the Discord if you want to say hi. Join the Interview Queue number 2 channel, which can hold up to 5 people. Love to hear from every race. See what y'all are thinking. Joined here by Quasar Pole. I am SFM Darkser. Alright, Quasar, we got a little over 10 minutes left until the pit window closes. You think we're going to see everybody dive in with less than 3 minutes to go in that window again? Splash and dash.
It's about right to do it. Because then you have to put in the least amount of fuel possible. Run the car as light as possible for the last 10 minutes.
I don't think it really matters all that much in GT, but in the prototypes, oh man, it matters a lot.
Hmm.
Huge amount of time lost from doing that. Well, there's our pitters. Fine You, Bushgank, Unku all coming in with about 10 minutes to go in the cycle. The are sick diving in as well.
Yep.
Wonder if that was damage related or just get it out of the way. Thinking it was fuel related for Bushgank. Let's see for Unku.
Yeah, Bushgank will be off that sequence.
I think Unku just didn't trust the
Stick
fuel.
collecting not to repair the nope, never mind. Slight lag. He has repaired the engine damage.
I mean, of all the things to not pit or not fix, I think engine damage you always want to do.
It was 0.8% engine damage, so
Just fix it. Takes like half a second.
yeah. So judging by this, Pop Brokey will be ahead of Mengels.
Paproki's still got to make those 2 pit stops. Got to be very
Still got to make
mindful of
those
the time here.
pit stop.
It's like pitting, it takes about 30-40 seconds, and there's only 8 and a bit minutes left. So by the time he gets around to the line, basically has to pit this time and the next lap, or he might not have enough time to do it.
Yeah.
Playing a dangerous game there. I've done that before and been burned, almost. I've seen people.
I have almost been burned by it as well.
I've seen people get burned multiple times in one race doing that. But if you're running to a number, you got to take the risk. Let's take a look at our GT leader again, just to show off how good of a job he's doing. Hearing from Sprzauz in the chat that Barcode did the same thing in A lobby. Well, that means it's a good strategy if our resident staff alien is doing it. Barcode, the head of the current step for TORA. F1R Sideways not put a foot wrong, another one of the drivers who could arguably mix it up with the guys in A lobby, but just didn't quite get there for today's race. Darius running in second position, having now gotten around Wolf. When did that happen?
Probably pit cycle again. Same thing happened last pit cycle.
Well, Darius is indeed ahead of Wolf, and likely stay there, my suspicion is, until the end of the race. Freitas losing just a touch of ground from Wolf. They used to be neck and neck, now they're neck and maybe foot. Insanity quite a ways back. So really, I think Sideways has probably got this in the bag, and then second place, it's still kind of an open guess between Darius and Wolf. My money's on Darius, though.
Yeah.
27 minutes to go here. Paproki did indeed make it into the pits. That was a wise choice. So what he could do is get all of his fuel now, and take no fuel on the next stop.
Or take no fuel this time, no tires this time.
Get it all.
Well, tires. Actually, no tires, because the cold tires will be slower. Yeah. Electing to take an extra 4% fuel.
Basically just rounding it up, so that was probably the quickest pit stop possible there. Out they go. Way to get rid of the player curve without pausing. Anyway.
We will probably see Skiddy in either this time by or next time by. As we see Poproki come out right next to Darius, slow Darius up a little bit.
Yeah, you're not supposed to skip corners like that, so Poproki may get a little bit of a slap from the stewards for that little maneuver.
I think just try to avoid murdering Darius there, Darius still being alongside.
Alright, we got some GT drivers hopping in the pits here in the form of Insanity and Zach the One, and EBT Duck.
And Duck.
It's going to rob Arish of perhaps a smidgen of stop speed from the residual draft. Still some mind games here up for Blabs. Skiddy, I think, can go in next time by if he's quick enough.
Yes.
Brokey, I would consider going in this time.
Poproki, I think, will come out somewhere around Unku.
Fine U's made all 4 highest of the guys to have done so. Which means that Mengels will drop way back when he pits.
Whoa, hello.
That was daring.
Mengels hit the outside tire wall, but managed to get away with no damage. Coming out of the first chicane, ran in too hot, couldn't get it slowed down, and then just slid out there.
Back to teammate Finey, though. Going into the second chicane, we can see a couple of dots up ahead. I'm pretty sure that is going to be Sideways. It is. Darius. So definitely don't want to kill the GT cars, especially not the leaders, especially not your friends. My understanding is those guys coordinate entries.
Yeah. Mengels will be coming in this lap. Skiddy has stayed out.
Yeah, Skiddy's got just enough time.
He has enough fuel and enough time. Like, comfortably enough time.
But if he forgets to go in this time by, well, that's his own fault.
He has to come in this time by. He doesn't have the fuel for 2 more.
Also, there's not enough time to go around again.
Poproki will be coming in this time around because he's set it up so he had the fuel for this lap.
Yeah. Sensible.
Just to make sure he had a little bit extra margin as well. Mengels will be coming in this time round, doesn't have the fuel to make it another lap.
So something really funny I've been noticing, every time a prototype hits the brakes, you can see the brake lights from the side of the car through the inside of the car.
Oh dear.
I don't think that's how that's supposed to be.
No.
Little humorous here. Vlog stream. Alright, well, Paproki is indeed in the pits, as you have aptly predicted. That's going to be Fine You going around our GT leader, Sideways, who gets a little out of shape there. Mengels now approaching the same.
Mengels just sitting behind.
And
get him on exit.
Beautiful.
And that's Mengels coming in.
And Sideways going in.
Along Sideways.
Yeah, if you're a GT car and you haven't pitted, this is your last chance to do it.
Yep.
So we should see Darius, Wolf, Freitas, and Arish, and Speed all coming in this time.
Yep.
Don't have an option. Gotta do it. This is going to put Bushgank back up into 4th, and it should very shortly put Unku back up into 5th. Unku just now going chicanes, should actually go up into 4th. Man, was Poproki really that far out of position? I guess he was, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen. That'll make Unku happy. Spooky
That's
again
Anku
with the
up
damage.
into 4.
Out of position relative-wise. Cranky way out of position relative-wise a lap down, but will get that lap back when Skitty pits. Sideways easily maintains the lead through that pit cycle with nothing really changing further back as Darius is going to come out. Wolf and should be Fredis and Erish.
Mengels about 4.5, 5 seconds in front of Spooky here.
That's not going to be impossible for Spooky to draw down, but it's going to be really, really difficult.
Yeah. Especially with Mengels having just coming out on fresh tires as well.
Fresh I mean, they're not worth that much time, but
Right.
it's enough to where it'll be helpful for him.
Actually, stand corrected. That was me judging it off of sideways. My apologies. It's about 7 seconds.
Ah, even better. Position has
It
been
was
changed between Insanity and Erish. That's going to be coming out of the pits. So
Yep.
the big loser here on this cycle has been Zach, because he would have lost at least 2 positions there.
Hey, it wasn't a bad estimation. But we have Freitas and Wolf next to each other right now.
Ferrari on Ferrari.
Wolf also being a big loser in this pit cycle.
Whoa, big
Freitas
wiggle there for
making a
Freitas.
little bit of a mistake through there.
I think he kind of fell off the back of the curb and almost spiked the wall, so that was some great heads-up driving to control that Ferrari. It's getting pretty spread out at the end of the stint. Not really surprised, this is pretty standard for Tour Enduros.
Skitty's in.
Made it with about 30 seconds, not bad. I did the same thing in my stint, stint 1.
Made it out with about 20 seconds left.
Yeah.
Pretty comfortably ahead. Has basically a full pit stop over Bushgank in 3rd.
That's impressive.
As
Yeah,
we
he's
see,
definitely got a full pit
Skitty
stop.
has still kept the lap on Cranky.
Really? Yeah, he did. Only just, though.
Only just, but
Now, something to
Kept
remember,
like that.
even though Cranky is a lap down, if he is faster than Skitty, he is completely within his rights to try to pass and pull away. Now, if he's not faster, like, he shouldn't be battling super hard, but if he can get around and stay around, that is totally within his right to do so. So this is what we were thinking the battle for the win may have been in the stint, but circumstances resulted in that not happening. Cranky just made a big wiggle, so there you go.
I mean, they'll finish within 500 feet of each other on track. Not in terms of overall stint distance.
You know, so it'll probably be about 45,000 feet.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
That just hurts to say. I'm so sorry, Cranky.
And yeah, it does.
Ay, ay, ay. I mean, credit to Cranky, though. He's kept his foot in it. He's still driving. Never give up. Plus, you got teammates. You guys are preparing for this together. You don't want to just throw in the towel. Wouldn't be fair to them.
Cranky clips that inside wall there a little bit.
So my question to you, Quasar, and by extension to chat, driver of the stint, who has put in the best performance of stint 3 in lap 2?
Ooh.
My
That's
answer
hard to
would be
say.
Sideways. Only reason being Sideways instead of Skitty, GT is a bit closer together on points. And he's still in the lead.
Yeah.
He's still extending it.
Sideways did have the sort of advantage of being able to stay up towards the front at least in GT off the start,
True.
and I think also benefited from Cholin and Blackened disconnecting, because I think those two would have given Sideways a good run.
So do you have a different answer then for a driver of the stint?
Honestly, I would say Feinu. Well, yes, started second up in the prototypes. Just managed to keep it clean, kept it out of trouble, avoided the big accident that we saw coming out of the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight. Just clean, consistent, just a solid drive all round. Good stint for team average.
He's doing good.
So that would be my driver of the stint.
I can respect that answer. Now I have 6.5 minutes to go here, and I apologize for going quiet at points there. Still getting some administrative questions for next stint.
Yep.
Never ends. Hitting it. Well, I mean, I guess it does technically end. Just it ends when I go to sleep for all of an hour and a half.
True.
When I close my eyes, I'm just going to hear the sounds of the Ford GT gently massaging my ears to sleep.
All the Toyota engine.
No, that's in my nightmares.
No, true. Fair.
Oh, a big old for Skitty, but I really don't think it matters at this point. You can just take it easy. Still easily win the stint. Massive, massive, massive gap back to Feinu. Not a whole lot going on here at the end of the stint.
No, the gaps have really spread out.
With one exception.
Well, actually, yeah, I was about to say I've just seen the exception.
Very, very close together, those two are.
Oh. Oh, nice.
Freitas makes the move. Well done.
Wolf looked up the inside, overcooked it on the way in, trying to get alongside on the brakes. Freitas just let him sail past, cut back underneath. But you see Freitas struggling with the aero effect on that car. When a car gets behind it, it becomes loosened just a little bit. Sketchy overall to drive, apparently.
Another slate mistake there, and then again through Ford and recruitment. Across the line.
Yeah.
4 minutes and 15 seconds to go. That's about a lap and a third.
Mm-hmm.
Going through Dunlop now. Hear those Ferraris sing. Lots of gravel being thrown up here, and a big slide for Freitas is going to allow Wolf to get a much stronger run under the bridge, coming down into Virage Tetra Rouge. Right about now. Now into Tetra Rouge itself. Corner filled with so much triumph and tragedy through the years. Really iconic part of the track.
And many launch pad moments.
Oh yes. Oh yes. I think Luffy went flying there, Marquez, Hoping did it.
Yep. There is a reason why the meme photo exists.
The Rocket League photo. Oh, here comes Wolf. Wolf takes the spot.
The Tom Scott one.
I'm afraid I don't know which one you're talking about. Oh. Well, we just saw an excellent pass there from Wolf on Freitas here with now 3 minutes to go. These two are in effect going to be very, very close at the end of the stint. There's literally nothing else happening right now. Everybody's so spread out. With the exception of Duck and Zach. Because if we look at Duck and Zach, Zach is going duck hunting. He's right on the back of that Ford.
Yeah. Oh, Duck has gone Zach hunting.
Well, I think two things can be true, but also Zach is the one currently making the pass on Duck, and he is going to get in front. Is he going to stay in front? Going into the braking zone, he is clear. That is a spot for Zach. Nicely done. Just cracks me up the size difference between those cars. Look at them. It's so big. Big mate.
It's one of the biggest cars versus one of the smallest cars in here.
Yep, and 2 minutes to go. And a great point was just raised in chat by Twitch user RSF1 Hunts. For stint number 4, you're going to head on over to their channel because I am done after stint 3. So Quasar, it's been a pleasure having you, but we are going to take our leave after this stint.
Coming past, but is on the outside heading into Indianapolis. Just squeezes Wolf out of room there.
Naughty, naughty. But now on the run up to Arnage, this could get spicy. Is he going to throw the dive? Nope, thinks better of it. Oh, but Freitas runs real deep. Wolf gets loose.
Yeah.
Minute and 25 to go. Wolf going to get a little bit better drive here. Nice and alongside, coming up into the Porsche curves. As the preferred line for GT cars. And we have some interesting jumping around, but Wolf is currently in front. 1 minute to go.
I think your connection's
imploding.
It's back now. It bounced for a second.
These things happen. Alright, less than a minute. Wolf ahead of Freitas. Gets a bit of a weird exit there, Freitas, but somehow gets a worse. And that might be all she calls for, folks. That gap is not large, but it's large enough to where Wolf might be able to hang on.
Duck got Zach back.
Say that 10 times fast.
No.
I see prototypes behind. I think that's going to be Proproki
Zach is coming back up to try and get Duck again. Bumping Duck down towards Porsche curves. Duck committing on the way in. Oh my lord, Bush gang.
5 seconds to go. We'll stay on board with Duck and Zach. 2, 1, 0. Time desync. And now they're stopping. Okay. Well, that is the end of stint number 3. Let's run through the field. Driver in first, to the surprise of absolutely no one, is TNR Skitty. Driver in second, CBL Fine number 98. Third place goes to GW Bushbank. Fourth, Just Unku. A little bit further behind, Paproki with the oddest fuel strategy I've ever seen. CBL Mengels in the number 988. HYR Spooky, number 29, involved in that incident earlier. Cranky, really involved in that incident earlier, in the number 6. Winner of the GT class for Stint 3B is F1R Sideways. OSM Darius, a strong showing in the Corvette. Then it is NWR Wolf, and just behind HWR Freitas. EER Sick is next up in the GT and the Ford GT, followed by LMP Insanity. Then we have NWR Arish, Duck GT that we were riding on board with. VNX Zach appears to have moved behind, unless I'm hallucinating. ETG's Speed is in the 18th position in lobby, with LMP Ranger our 5th and final car. As in, not 5th and final, what am I even saying? Our 11th and final GT car, having made 5 pit stops. Well, Quasar, I think our job is done here. So do you have any final thoughts for the lovely folks on the SFM Darkster Twitch channel? A sentence I have never said before.
I don't know. I hope I don't die.
Hope you don't die.
Because I'm about to go right.
Well, I'll wish you good luck, and I'll thank you for your time and lending your talents. And remember, if you're looking to keep coverage with B-Lobby, head on over to RSF1 Hunt. And if you're looking for other things, head into racetora.com, join the Discord, see all the info, and we'll get you there. So, signing off for Quasar Pole, I am Darkser, and I'll catch you around.